Good evening. The King George Board of Supervisors will convene March 19th, 2020 at this 5:32. Please rise for the invocation by Ms. Bender. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Stroud, and then the Pledge of Allegiance after that.
Heavenly Father, as we gather here this evening, we welcome you to join us and ask that you help guide us as we address the county business. We're grateful to live in this country that you brought into existence and acknowledge your involvement in providing the freedoms we enjoy. We ask that you continue to bless us and help us defeat our adversaries that try to destroy what you have created. We ask you to keep your hand on our citizens and employees and keep them safe and help them prosper within your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the country which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Who you gonna call?
I also call to order the King George Service Authority Board of Directors at this time.
Any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none. Public comment? Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so it can be properly included in the public record. First, we have Mr. Don Shelton.
Don Shelton, 9352 Dow Green Road. I have one general statement after reading the Freelance Star article on Monday. You know, when new sheriff in town, it's usually when the bad guys leaves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Mr. Smirnoff.
Adam Simonoff, 5340 Gordon Drive, King George, Virginia, Dahlgren District. According to the 14 March Freelance Star, Governor Youngkin said counties get back $13 for every dollar invested. That could provide millions in tax revenue to do more local projects and offset rising property taxes. According to the 21 December Freelance Star, the previous board approved an Amazon data center tax rebate agreement. According to the 5th January Freelance Star, this board expressed a desire to renegotiate the Amazon data center tax rebate agreement to obtain better terms for the county. As Amazon agreed to renegotiate the data center tax rebate agreement. According to the 18 March Freelance Star, coincidental with this board's desire to renegotiate with Amazon, our finance director, economic director, county administrator, and county attorney all resigned. Could this board please explain why employees submitted their resignations? According to the 19 March advance, this board overspent its budget to purchase new computer equipment. Could this board please explain the apparent budget overrun? I want a competent government that respects its employees, lives up to its agreements, and lives within its means. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Roosevelt Drive. Ms. Level, that's you. That's terrible handwriting.
My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you because you were concerned about me. A lot of people was calling me if I was all right. I'm fine. Tonight, I want to thank you for your service to the community, but I also want to ask you, try really hard to fix it, the service authority. There have been so many people over the years, they have tried to fix it with a little success. I don't understand why July 2003, the supervisors had invested over 20 million into infrastructure improvements in the water and the wastewater systems throughout the county. I am wondering if they ever paid back any of that 20 millions over the last 20 years. When they started collecting taxes on cigarettes, they say it will go to the service authority. But I don't know where the money went. Also, the people in King George the county are being asked to pay for both water and the debt, and they don't know where the money is going. Having to pay this debt is like giving the county a gift. It's going to the service authority, this debt, or what? The service authority has debt of $40 million in the county, of $40 million in the county. And $120 million is our financial condition improving or not? I know you will try to do your best, and know it's going to be very hard because this been happening since 30 years ago. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the county had no debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Tristan Beverly?
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors and fellow residents. My name is Tristan Beverly, and I am the president of King George County Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Local 4438. I come before you today to address pressing issues. Despite the efforts of Local 4438 to engage with all members of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Stroud, you've been the sole supervisor to refuse meetings with Local 4438 to address the concerns of 85% of our department. You've canceled the past 2 meetings we've scheduled with you. This lack of engagement is concerning as it prevents us from effectively communicating the needs and challenges faced by our firefighters and our citizens. Furthermore, Chairman Collins, you may be receiving false information from within our department and other outside resources. I urge you to verify the accuracy of the information you receive. Decisions regarding our department and the county must be made on facts alone, not misinformation. I want to emphasize the critical importance of maintaining a competitive pay structure for emergency services. The STEP pay plan has been in place for 3 years and has been instrumental in recruiting and retaining skilled personnel. Additionally, our certification pay could play a crucial role in attracting individuals with paramedic certification, a vital asset in our field. In reality, our certification pay fails to meet the standards of our surrounding jurisdictions. This puts us at a significant disadvantage when it comes to recruiting and retaining qualified personnel. We must address this disparity to ensure that we remain competitive and can continue to provide a high level of service to our community. Already, we have lost 9 individuals since the beginning of this year, and any tampering with our pay structure would only exacerbate this issue. How many more firefighters must we lose before the Board of Supervisors works with Local 4438 and the Department of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services to develop a plan? Just yesterday, a structure fire in Dahlgren required the first 2 engine to respond driver only due to lack of staffing. This is unacceptable. Luckily, NDW was available and Medic 2 happened to be clearing up from an additional call and rescued the victim. What if that unit was on a transport? Are you going to explain to a victim's family or a firefighter's family why funding the fire rescue department wasn't a priority? How can you put a price tag on someone's life? The need for a new Company 2 building is undeniable. Our current facility was not designed for 24/7 operations. It does not meet the standards of a modern fire rescue station. We require a new building that can adequately serve all aspects of our operations. We must get this right the first time. Finally, the department has requested new positions in the budget: 3 firefighters, 1 training officer, and 1 deputy fire marshal. As our county grows, so must too our department. By gradually adding personnel each year, we can avoid the need for a large group of new hires. This approach aligns with the most recent study in NFPA requirements. In conclusion, I urge all members of the Board of Supervisors, including Supervisor Stroud and Chairman Collins, to engage with Local 4438 and address the concerns of our department. Working together, we can ensure that our department remains a cornerstone of our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. James Shaw. Reverend James Shaw.
So is this Service Authority or Board of Supervisors at this point?
Well, it's both.
Both? I signed up for both, so
You
should,
sure did. You
Yeah.
don't get 6 minutes.
okay, Service Authority. Ladies and gentlemen of the Service Authority Board of Directors, this evening I come before you with a vision for our water and sewer utility. one that is sustainable, efficient, and mindful of our citizens' financial well-being. Our first order of business is addressing our long-term debt. We must develop a strategic plan to pay off our obligations without shifting the burden onto our residents or ratepayers. Not an easy task. This means being creative enough to have no increase in water or sewer rates. Instead, we need to aggressively pursue grants, explore private and public partnerships, and refinance existing debts when possible to ease the financial load currently straining the backs of ratepayers, of which I am one. As you work tirelessly to find efficiencies in your operations, we need to hear more stories, like the one recently where a creative gentleman was able to save tens of thousands of dollars that would have gone to a new computer controller in the hop yard area. By adopting innovative solutions to operational problems and streamlining processes, we can do more with less. I understand you're conducting a review of your inventory of parts and equipment to identify and eliminate waste, ensuring every resource is utilized to its fullest potential. Keep up the good work in that regard. Your customers, we as customers, can partner with you in launching initiatives to encourage our community to redirect rain and surface water to recharge our precious receding underground aquifer. This not only conserves and rebuilds our water supply for future generations, but also protects it from contamination and saltwater intrusion. In line with a cost-efficient approach, you can forwardly look to hire special individuals. These are leaders, office, and field personnel who share a vision of turning around the service authority so its past history of non-excellence can be displaced with superior service, lower debt, and lower rates. You should be seeking those people who bring not only expertise, but also a passion for environmental stewardship and producing a quality service that is also economical. Together, let us navigate these challenges and emerge stronger, ensuring that our water utility remains a reliable and fiscally responsible pillar in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Davis?
Good evening, Board. Pastor Sherman Davis from Tabernacle Baptist Church, 15203 Hall Road, King George, Virginia. And I'm here to encourage you. I'm thank the Lord for the good job you're doing. And it seems like all the thousands of people I talk to every month, a year, whatever, that think y'all doing a good job, don't show up for these meetings. But I'm here to thank you for your faithfulness. And I'm here to also to encourage you in the Word of God tonight. Bible says in Psalm 127, verse 1, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman walketh but in vain. It is vain for you to rise up early and sit up late. And what this psalmist is saying, of course, Solomon is a writer here. The Holy Spirit's the author, but Solomon is only credited for 2 psalms, and that is 127 and also Psalm 72. But he's telling us that the folly of human effort that does not rely on the Lord. All we do, if we don't put God into it first, if we don't seek the Lord's face, and I'm praying for our board to do that you would seek the Lord's will, seek the Lord's face, ask him not just his hand, but worship and seek his face, that he would be lead and guide and direct you in these decisions. I think the county is going to be pretty surprised when some of the things that come out about what's happened in the last couple of years, and we reveal those things, or you reveal those things. But Solomon is saying all human efforts that does not rely on the power and the goodness of God is useless, that it's all in vain. He talks about social, he talks about the civic, he talks about the business and the domestic points of life. And so there is a clear and unmistakable evidence and emphasis on the necessity of reliance upon the good Lord, reliance upon what God says do. The problem we have in America today it starts at the local level, that we have kicked God out of everything. We don't want the Lord to be involved in our decisions. You can't make a proper decision. It's all vain unless you seek his leadership. I'm here to thank you. praise you for your efforts. I'm sorry that I have to leave. I'd like to stay around for the fight, but I have to go to the funeral home tonight. But God bless you. Thank you for your service. I appreciate you very much. And if you need a preacher, you call me and I'll be here. I am trying to get other ministers to do the same thing I'm doing. I have got 2 of them I'm going to call this week. And that way you won't have to listen to me every time. And I know you'll be glad about that. And I all said, amen. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Excuse me. Is there anyone else in the audience? Mr. Stats?
Good evening. My name is Anthony Stats. I live at 9007 Clare Street. It's good to be back here to see the supervisors in action. I've been out of action for about a month. I was in a serious car accident down in Dahlgren. First, want to thank the firemen who had helped me. But that does not negate the problem our county is facing. We are at a tremendous point at this county. We need to press the brakes in this county and realize we are heading down the wrong road financially. Last year, I was on the budget committee, and the board then had to take out of our savings account to balance the budget. I'm looking for the board to say that is a red line, that this board will not dip into our savings account to balance the budget this year, because it is the wrong track to do. Our county is sick, and the way to fix a sick county is to do harsh medicine, and it's going to hurt. That's just the reality of the situation. When you've been overspending for many years, the course correction hurts, but it's the right thing to do. Our county is facing unprecedented issues with us being kicked off the aquifer in 12 to 15 years. That's going to cost an exuberant amount of money, let alone trying to find another source of water. We have so many issues facing this county, and Amazon is not the solution. Amazon was in that Amazon deal that is currently being renegotiated is a farce. The last board gave Amazon a sweetheart deal where we wouldn't see revenue till 2050. That is unacceptable, let alone the discounted rate Amazon was getting in this county where they pay triple in Northern Virginia. So for people who look at the Amazon money and just see green, let's remind people that not only would we not see money till 2050, we would be opening the door for a global giant to meddle in King George politics like they have in Northern Virginia. I would like to draw the supervisor's attentions to a special election race which was held last year in Northern Virginia, where the deciding issue was data centers. In this election, this data center, and I won't name the company, quote unquote Amazon, but they spent $50,000 on a board of supervisors race. Just imagine what they would do to this county. Once they're in, they're in. Build it and they will come, for good or for worse. And Amazon is for the worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Mr. Hawkins?
My name's Chris Hawkins, Pine Hill Road, King George, Virginia. First of all, I just want to say to you all, I realize y'all are in a tight position. No matter what you approve, there's going to be some that love it, some that hate it. And it's a thankless job, but I do appreciate that y'all take the effort to do it. Again, like others have mentioned, the new articles in the paper, I, for one, appreciate you all looking at the budgets a little tighter and looking at where the expenditures are and where they can be cut or where they need to be increased. So I appreciate y'all delving into that a little deeper now than perhaps it was in the past. I can't say because I'm not on the inside, but reading the paper, that's what I gathered from it. So I thank you all for that. The big thing that concerns me is future tax increases because we have had them consistently over the past several years. Recently, I was told by someone that we could see a significant one this year. If that's the case, those of us who are retired and trying to retire, you can't, when you can't tell what your mortgage and your car personal property taxes are going to be every year, and you try the best you can to budget. But as like in my case, when your mortgage is steady climbed living in King George due to taxes, it makes it tough. So I ask you to do all you can. I realize there's cases where you have to raise it. There's no doubt. I was in a position before where I was the one asking for the money. I was told no many times. And it is what it is. It's part of doing business, and we made things do. Furthermore, just to acknowledge the sheriff's office, I think they did a great job on the incident up in Dahlgren the other day with the citizens and working together and concluding that today. The fire department, also, I do agree that they do need a facility up that way. Every time I see them turn on 205 and then turn again on 301, I think, my God, as old as I'm getting, if I have a heart attack in Dahlgren, how long is it going to take them to get to me? So I do have those thoughts. I just ask that if y'all have to build new buildings, new facilities, you're building to the want, not to the want, but to the need. The pre-care that everybody's talking about, that's another thing. I don't have a problem with it. Whatever will help our kids, I'm all for it. But again, I don't know what you all know, but if it's true what's being said in the community that people will have to apply to go and not every kid will be able to attend, then I got a problem with it. Because I think it's not right that we're picking winners and losers. And if it's government money being spent, every child should be able to go if that's what we're doing. Other than that, I appreciate y'all. I just ask y'all to really do all you can to reduce the impact on taxes this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Beard?
I'm Bob Baird, 15316 Kings Highway in the Shadow District. Members of the board, I want to thank you all for all you do. You're in a very tough job and a tough situation, following up on a lot of things that happened over the last 20, 30 years. I'm going to ask for one thing. Only thing, we need to have more transparency. We need to have better communication with the citizens. I read an article the other day that in the population, there's about 80% of the people that don't pay attention to the last minute or don't care or just don't understand. There's 10% that are against anything. There's 10% that are for everything. But the question is, unless they have the information, nobody has the ability to make the correct decision. Why should we rely on third-party organizations to give us piecemeal information? Actually, here in King George reminds me of the British Crown and with some of the things that have been going on, secrecy. Let's open the doors, spread the word, let the citizens know what are going on. Let's straighten up this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else in the audience? Going once, twice? Anybody online? Mr. Dines.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no one online, I'll close public comment. Reports of the members of the board. Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, sir. And thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Real quick report and then some comments. As far as activities I've been involved in the last couple of weeks, March 12th, I got to attend the Planning Commission meeting and listen to some discussion about some ideas of improvements and changes around the county. March 14th, I attended a meeting with Mr. Davis, Mr. Minor, and reps from the Atonement Development Group about another data center that they want to try to put in here over on the west side of the creek near Claydale. So I know a lot of people are concerned that we may be messing things up with Amazon. We're not messing things up, guys. We've got a lot of opportunities. There's 3 different people talking to us right now about data centers in the county. There's another group talking with us about solar farms in the county. And I don't put that out there to make y'all panic and think that we're going to have wall-to-wall solar farms and data centers. That's not the case. We're looking for the best opportunities for the county that'll do the best for y'all, the best for us, and help things out. And I very much want to know your opinions on those things. As far as transparency, Mr. Baird, I agree totally. If we're not communicating, we're not getting better. And we have to share opinions and ideas. So I really appreciate y'all coming out tonight. On the 15th, had a lovely conversation with Ms. Lavelle. So thank you for that. And also on the 16th, did a walking tour of Lake Caledon. I put some of this out on my Facebook page for those that followed that, but had a nice tour of Lake Caledon along with Mr. Davis and Miss Lori Slim. She's got some cool ideas for bringing tourism to the county and using Lake Caledon and some of the property around that to do so. On the 18th, last night, I got to attend a FAMPO meeting where they were talking about transportation upgrades in the Fredericksburg area, metropolitan area, if you can think of it as such. And then shifting gears for a minute on comments. So Mr. Simonoff, thanks for coming out tonight. I appreciate your questions. There's been a lot of speculation, both by local residents as well as local news outlets on the resignations. And I wanted to address some of that. So I've been asked by citizens, to the best of my knowledge, I've been asked by citizens, but to the best of my knowledge, none of the local papers or news outlets have actually approached us to talk to us about anything other than through FOIA requests. I can say that we have not asked for anybody's resignation since the first meeting of the year. In other words, we didn't ask for Mr. Metzler, Mr. Minor, or Ms. Hahn to resign. I could speculate on why they chose to go in a different direction, but that's all it would be, speculation. I feel that doing so would be a violation of their privacy. And honestly, it's none of my business. I only know them on a professional level. So it's not really appropriate for me to ask them, hey, why are you quitting? Now, if they have problems with the county, problems with us, problems with the staff, whatever, I'm more than open to listening to them and have them bring them to us. And if there's problems in existence, we want to fix them. But beyond that, it's just speculation. Nobody's accusing anybody of anything. Nobody's asked for resignations. Nobody's being driven out. So that's really all I can do to address that at this point. As far as other comments from tonight, again, Mr. Simonoff, thank you for coming, and we'll be keeping your wife in prayer. Mr. Beverly, thank you for coming as well. I appreciate your comments. Pastor Shaw, he's already gone, but I very much appreciate that. And the first time he came, I know you said, that's my pop. That's my buddy. I appreciate him too. Pastor Shaw, thank you for the comments on the Service Authority. I appreciate that. And Anthony, we're going to be digging into the budget more soon. I think our next meeting is next Wednesday night. So we'll be digging into that and coming up with some, hopefully, things that are going to improve around the county. I think I hit everybody. And I hope y'all have a good evening. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. Mr. Stroud?
Thank you, sir. So you guys have heard before, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. It's true. One of the comments was made about data centers and people are sweating AWS and all that. Bear in mind that nothing keeps AWS from building. They own the property, they have the permits, they can go build. Nothing's keeping them from building, just like any other business in King George, going and doing what they do and making their money. The only issue is whether they get any money back from the grants from the county. But they can go do business like any other business. There. Mr. Shelton, thank you, sir. Tristan, Mr. Beverly, sir. Regarding the local 4438, you called out that I refused to have meetings with you. Thank you for stating that I did have meetings with you. But what you didn't say is that I asked you to speak to Chief Moody. There's only so much time in the day. Chief Moody is the chief of our fire department. He's more than capable of handling our affairs. I have spent a lot of time with Chief Moody, and I'm working with him very closely on the firehouse. Okay, and we're addressing it. I represent our citizens. Our citizens, they value our firefighters. But rest assured that I'm not going to write a blank check for a firehouse. $14 million was approved from the previous board. But it's not going to take $14 million to build a firehouse, a very nice firehouse that meets the requirement. That's way over the budget. That's way over what it cost. And what it should cost our citizens to build a firehouse. $14 million is a lot of money. As an example, I made some comments about a steel building. And have you thought about using a steel building for a firehouse? And since then, I've driven around a little bit and I've seen some very nice steel buildings. I mean, there are some very nice steel buildings, and Chief Moody and I spent probably 8 hours together. We looked at steel buildings and steel building firehouses, and there's some beautiful firehouses made out of steel buildings. They last a very long time, 50-year warranty and all that kind of cool stuff. And if you drive right down the road to the counties south and around us, they have very nice steel buildings. The next day, Mr. Mike Muncie reached out to me about the general properties. And I'm not sure if you're here tonight, Mike, but because he had gotten, right now, he's got an estimate of $3 million to build a 4,000 square foot building for the county. 4,000, equipment shed, a few offices, and a place to meet. $3 million. $3 million. So we looked into it, and he got a quote back to have a steel building delivered on site. Now, the quote that he had in there, in what was provided to him, was $301,000 for a steel building, 4,000 square feet. The quote that went out came back for $62,500 delivered on site. $240,000 difference. The quote he had for concrete, $120,000 for 4,000 square feet of concrete. I just had 10,000 square feet poured for $60,000. What I'm telling you is you guys, our citizens, have been getting ripped off or are getting ripped off by these quotes. I'm not going to be a part of it. So you can run your lips, you can talk about the job we're doing and stuff like that and social media, but I'm telling you right now, we're not up here, we're not playing a party to that. What we're here is to do a job for the citizens of King George and do a better job of how we spend your money, period. Mr. Stats, thank you, sir. I'm glad you're okay after the accident, and it's good to have you back here. Thank you for your comments. For a young man, you've gained great insight. So always appreciate Pastor Davis and his comments. The gentleman that spoke about tax increases and us doing all we can, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name, but I'm trying to do all I can. I think we're all trying to do all we can. And you said that it's not what we want, but what we need. I think I've already addressed that as well. But I appreciate you standing up and saying something about it. That's about all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, citizens who are here today. I really do appreciate it. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about, the moves we're making and what we're doing. And I've been thinking about these things before we even stepped into office. And I put a lot of time into it. People talk about transparency. Adam emails me every single day, and I email him back most of the time if I get a chance to. There's citizens that call me on my phone. My phone's on the website. My email's on the website. You can go find me anytime you want to. And if you call me, I answer the phone, Bob, and I talk to you. There's some things that they come out in time as things are revealed. In transparency, when we ran on transparency, it wasn't just transparency for us to you. It was also transparency from the county offices here to us in order to give that to you. And to be totally honest with you, want transparency, since we've come in office, there's been resistance from there to get information to give to you. And I think you saw that before we took office. You'd have people stand right there, heads of departments, board members, ask them direct questions, county administrators stand there, ask direct questions, ask for direct reports, and month after month, never received that information. And that board did not hold them accountable. And according to the code, the supervisor's manual of Virginia, now people don't understand this, that the way it's been done around here is the county administrator and the county attorney are our employees and no one else is. That's not true. According to the Virginia Guide Supervisor, and you can look up the codes, I have them written down, every employee over there besides constitutional officers and deputies are our employees. And when employees do not want to give you information that you ask for, what would you do at your job if you were the boss? People said, no, I don't think you should have that. What would you do? I'm not naming names, but I'm letting you know that there are issues, that there are some good, hardworking people that are sitting up in those offices right now, some good people. But there are cases where people are resisting, and they are more worried about what the past board thought. Secret meetings with the past board, meeting with them, and trying to sabotage things that's going on. And it's a fact that there are people who would rather see us fail and King George get messed up just so they can get their way. And it's the truth. That's transparency, Bob, because that's what's going on. And there's an old quote, and I'll leave it at this. When they talk about churches, they go, well, people say you can tell a lot by a church by the people leaving it. And I turn and look at them and go, but you know what? You can also tell a lot about a church by the people leaving it, if you know what I mean. Like sometimes changes are made and people are not comfortable with that. I don't know why everyone leaves, but I tell you what, I'll be honest with you, I'm not regretting any of it. Because there are some issues that need to be fixed here. I'll give you a point one. I was in the office, my third day in the office, being elected official January 3rd, I walked in the office up here and the county is in disarray because they ran out of chemicals for our sewer plants. How do you run out of a necessity that you need to keep you from getting fined, to keep you from getting in trouble? How do the people who are in charge run out of chemicals that are needed? How? And I'm walking, people run around and go, what do you do? What do you do? And me and Mr. Stewart are standing up there, and it's like, well, go order some. Well, the company is giving us a headache. Well, go find another one. And matter of fact, find us another one who's reliable, and then find us a secondary resource just in case this one ain't reliable too. How about doing your job, man? How about earning the paycheck that you get and putting this county first as opposed to sitting there and doing nothing? I've walked up to windows up here. I've had my people who are my constituents walk up to windows where a person's supposed to be sitting, that's their job, and they're not there. And where other people who have things to do, like Jackie over here, has to leave her office and come deal with an employee because the employee that's sitting there has decided to disappear. And then you ask someone for something and someone wants to file an HR complaint against you because you stopped them working, because you want information, because you're their boss. And you need that information because you want to be transparent with the people that are around you. People don't like it when people step in and start going, hey, what's that over there? Hey, why are we doing that there? People don't like it. He was talking about this building where we paid $26,000 for a feasibility study. It was literally 4 pieces of paper with a staple in it to tell us how to build a maintenance building.
$3 million.
For $3.3 million almost. Total ripoff. Why? Because these are people that we've always done business with, and because we are the county and we're not a private individual, they can rip us off and jack the price up. Bob, if you and I go buy a piece of property, as you and me just being friends, we'll get one price. If you and I show up as the county, we're getting a whole different price. And we have never done anything to stop that. Everyone up on this board supports fire department and police. Everyone up here supports it. But that doesn't mean we have to go along with the price tag of the things that you're giving us if we can tell from our experience that that is wrong. It's wrong. The preschool, there's no issue with us by doing this daycare thing. The problem is the waiting list is already there. The school over there holds 100 kids. You know what the new building's going to hold? 100 kids. That doesn't solve a problem. It does nothing. As far as the computers go, Adam, I have never once, swear on the Bible, asked this county for anything. I didn't ask them for this computer. I didn't ask them for the phone that they gave me. I didn't even know I was getting a paycheck until I won the stinking election in November. I thought I did this thing for free. And I pretty much am anyway, which as much time as I spend on Saturdays and Sundays meeting with constituents to go over their needs and what they want. And everyone knows that. These people, I've never asked anything. So when you come in and someone gives me a computer, I go, that's just the way things have been. I don't know how they usually do things. I don't know about, I didn't make a budget last year for this board for them to go over by 10. I didn't make that budget. What did the past board spend? That put it to that point. Is anyone asking that question? No, no one's asking that, because the people on Facebook and the people online, the real mighty and the real stinking tough, when they can sit there and just spit their stuff out from disgruntled employees, I don't care. I'm gonna do what's right for my county. I'm gonna stick by my guts. I have to say this, I don't care if people like me, but I want them to like me. And what I mean is, I'm not willing to compromise who I am and get rid of my core values so that you will. As far as Amazon goes, there's simply no guarantees in that performance agreement by Amazon. There are zero. There are none. From when Amazon first presented, the revenue projections have changed from 30 million, 15 million, 10 million, 4 million. The only team guaranteed anything in that agreement is Amazon. And with a company that's taking a large part of our land, using up our natural resources, and with the strain they're going to put on our power grid, we should have some guarantees for the residents of this county.
Amen.
The agreement is full of non-committal language like may do, consider to, possibly might. You know, the language from lawyers that means I'm non-committal to anything here. There isn't even a start date for construction to begin, which means Amazon can sit on that land until 2038 and then make their investment at the very end, and just in time to earn their incentives by 2040. And everyone online is crying about the taxes. When are you going to get it? The past board, they wave some inflated numbers in front of them, some possible revenue over here. In the past board, they couldn't see the future down the road. All they saw was right now. And we're accused of that. And the point is, we're looking down the road. The past board made decisions based off 3 trains of thought. 1, they were scared Amazon would leave. 2, something is better than nothing. And 3, we need them more than they need us. What partnership thrives from that starting point of that perspective? What relationship? Of all the trains of thought from our places of weakness and lack, why wouldn't Amazon take advantage of us? There isn't even a guarantee on how much water we would receive in that performance agreement. Amazon will be using 2.7 gallons of water a day to cool on average. They've given us 600, they non-committed to maybe giving us 600,000 gallons a day, which, by the way, guess what? You know how much water it takes for King George County to take care of all the residents? 600,000 gallons. Isn't that so generous? Not 1 gallon more than what you need, you peasants. You poor country bumpkins, not 1 gallon more. We're not giving you that. Who has to, then the water that they're going to give us is untreated. It's coming straight out of the river. So who's going to pay to treat it? Who's going to pay to build the treatment plant? I tell you what, I think Louisa, in their agreement, they had them build them a treatment plant. How come they didn't build us one? How come this board didn't ask for them to build us one? We need one. How come they didn't offer that? No, they were weak and they took advantage of them because they were scared. You realize there are certain scenarios right now, according to this agreement in this structure, where King George will not even make any real money until 2050? Are you still going to be alive, Bob? Because I probably won't. Do you know there are scenarios where King George could be stuck with having to pay Amazon to be here? Read the agreement. We have no guarantees. Basically, they could change their mind anytime they want to. Do you know that, according to the agreement, that we, the county of King George, has waived its right to a trial by jury if any dispute between us and them arises? Why would Amazon want that? Because they don't want the people of King George to have any say-so or opinion in how business and how things are litigated in this county. As far as the tax exemption proposed by Amazon, you know, we're going to make 13 for every $1 stuff. Go Google what's happening in the state of Georgia right now. The tax incentive structure they have in place for data centers almost mirrors ours, but they want out of it now. Why? Because in 2022, a state audit in Georgia found out that the tax exemption from data center was not giving a return of 13 for every $1. The audit showed that instead it was giving 24 cents for every $1 that the Georgia residents were submitting into this. That's a far cry from $13, but reality's different than a wish list, isn't it? Do your study. Why are we just believing people? The new data centers are sucking up so much electricity, the power that the Georgia Power executives testified before the State Public Service Commission recently that the industry counts for 80% of the additional electrical generation capacity of the utility seeking. So much for lowering carbon. The same people crying for this are going, Green New Deal, we need to get on solar fans. Guess what? Solar panels and solar fans can't run a freaking data center, more or less a city. You guys got some conflict of interest going on there, man. You ought to decide what party you're on. Georgia wanted to attract more data centers. Now it needs more power. They were wooed by tax incentives. Data centers are flooding to Georgia, even as utilities scramble to provide more electricity. Now the taxpayers in Georgia are being forced to pay for new power plants. The taxpayers are paying for the data centers to be there now, not making $30 million a year, not making 15, 10, or even $4 million, but $1, not even $1, but every $1 instead making 24 cents for every $1. The reality sounds a lot different, doesn't it? Go Google it, people on Facebook. If Georgia's too far away from us to consider the similarities, okay, let's go to Loudoun County, where the electric grid capacity to meet the power demands of the region due to data center reached a crisis point in 2022, where Dominion revealed it had failed to upgrade its transmission infrastructure to keep up with future demands. Now the board's rejecting data centers. Right now, one side of Loudoun County doesn't have enough power, and they're trying to run power to stand from the other side of the county at the taxpayers' expense. The residents there are now going, no more. But why was Dominion blindsided? And why are the residents being expected to pay for the infrastructure needed to support the data centers? In July of 2022, Dominion stunned the data center industry by warning it would not be able to meet the demand of Loudoun County until 2025 or 2026. So why did the Virginia General Assembly, our governor, approve hundreds of millions of dollars in grants and tax subsidies for a new Amazon data center, when in the end it would only drive up the energy costs for the citizens that live there? That's the end result. Is Loudoun not close enough for us? We can't compare Loudoun to King George. After all, they're a big city and we're just a bunch of country bumpkins down here. Right here in good old King George, Dominion has stated that we do not have the power grid to support the data center in the location, and that they will need to add a lot of infrastructure to make that happen. Who's going to pay for it? You think Amazon's paying for it? Still want that performance agreement? You are. We as a board can lower your taxes, but it won't matter because Amazon needs more power. It doesn't end because according to Dominion, some of King George residents will have to pay even more than that. You know why? To support this new power grid, Dominion has stated that they will have to seize county residents' land to make it happen. You think people are upset now? Let's wait for 5, 10 years down the line when this room is filled with King George residents pissed off because some power-hungry, multi-billion-dollar bully is stealing their freaking land. Because that's what it comes down to. Everything in the name of progress, though. I wonder if the Indians like progress, because that's what they got sold. Hey, it's all for progress, guys. Look who took their land. Amazon is taking no risk in the current agreement, but the residents of King George are taking all the risk with no guarantee from Amazon. In Amazon's recent water agreement, there is no mention of King George and the water we're supposed to receive. Some will say it's because we've been difficult and they're just playing hardball. But the truth is they are showing us who they are. The reason that we reject the performance agreement is because it gave Amazon all the power. They are letting us know that as long as we do what they want and do what we're told and stay in line, we may get some water. But 5, 10, 15 years, like Georgia and like Loudoun County shows up, and we want to renegotiate, they can just pull the plug on you because they got all the power to do so. Because we gave it to them. We gave them our county. We are powerless in this agreement. They hold all the cards. They have sold out our country. They sold out my county, and I'm sorry, but not me. I will not be owned by Amazon. I will not be owned by anybody else. Amazon has showed us in a short time that they can be a bully. But now it's time for them to come to the table, renegotiate, give King George residents some guarantees, and show them they want to be a partner, a real partner. We have too much online. We have too much on the line, and I think at very least we deserve it.
Ms. Bender is.
How do I follow that?
I don't think that we need to say anything, do you?
I do have to make a couple of comments because I'm going to go off of Mr. Davis of one thing. Now, I've said this whole time that I did what I've always done to protect the people and that I would go down fighting. And that's why I did what I did on December 19th and voted for it and then reconsidered on January 2nd. Because being one of the members of the old board, I did constantly bring up a lot of these questions, but I was told one of the major things was they're going to leave. And I was like, then let them leave. They'll come back. I've heard from a lot of things. They're good partners. They create community in every other places. So be part of our community. Help us. We need a water treatment plant, all these different things. But they did offer us as a not a shell, which is in the, and everything you read, a shell is mandated. You have to do it. It was an intent or a desire for the 600,000 gallons per day. And that's just what we need in studies for today, not for our projected, in the future. And it was untreated. We would still have to treat it. We would still have to build the water treatment plant. The other thing is I constantly heard was when Mr. Collins and I asked questions about the grid and about eminent domain. And let me tell you about eminent domain. I grew up in an area where 2 townships and a town disappeared because of eminent domain for the Tox Island Dam project. Look it up. Disappeared because they wanted to create a reservoir to provide backup water to Philadelphia and New York City. It just happens where I grew up is like in the middle and kids send to both ways. But I had classmates leave in 3rd grade because their land was bought up and they had to leave. When we were teenagers, we used to go through these old houses that were basically taken for the residents to build the dam. Well, you know what happened? It was one of those pork barrel projects, tossed around for 30, 40 years and then disappeared. You know what that land is now? It's a national park. All those people lost their land for something that never happened. So eminent domain is very special to me because, I had classmates who left in 3rd grade that moved away because their parents just gave up and moved closer to the city because they moved to the country. And yes, there is country in New Jersey. They moved to the country to be away from the city. And they went back to the city because what's the point? We lost our land. So I'm very passionate about that. And I had a lot down here, but I just wanted to point some of these things out, especially after Mr. Davis's. And, grant money was guaranteed in this performance agreement to Amazon. It wasn't, any money was not agreed to King George. It was to them, they got their guarantee by performing the performance agreement, but we got maybe we'll get some tax money, but we never got a firm number on what that tax money was. I wanted to know I kept seeing all these different statistics thrown out. And I remember a book that I learned in college. It was called How to Lie with Statistics. It's actually still taught in economics classes. People should read it. I just wanted an honest answer. Give me the answer. What will King George get out of it? And I did fight a lot of the times for it. And I was, we had to have him here. We have all this debt. It was an easy answer. We have to make sure. I've heard online that you want planning. I've always said planning, but we need to plan right. We need to make sure we bring in industries that want to be good partners for us. And I think Amazon in the end could be a good partner, but I'm just asking them to come back to the table to have a conversation with us and try. And we talked about conversation. You can call me on the phone and have an appointment every time. Right now, I might be a little slow in getting back to you. I try my best, but doing all the hats that I'm wearing right now, I don't really have many hours out of my day. I've spent all last week when my daughter was on spring break, a lot of the time working with service authority and county business, even spent time at an event I took her to. I spent most of the time in the lobby working on the service authority report, which I'll talk about later. So I know I've given back a lot of my time. I haven't been cataloging it, but my husband keeps saying, you're giving a lot of time for no money. But I appreciate, because when I ran in 2018, I said I ran because you can sit out there or anywhere and complain, or you can get behind here and try to make a difference. And that's what I've always been trying. And I wish I could go back in time to 2019 and change my vote on that $1.25, because I did not know what a data campus was. It was a data center, a building with some service in it, great tax revenue. But 2019 is a lot different than 2024. And a lot of the articles that Mr. Davis has quoted are out there for you to read. And there is concern with the grid. I mean, there was a story that was done, I think, in Fox News that Ms. Lavelle showed me yesterday about. It talks about the grid. These are concerns. We just want to make sure our citizens are taken care of. And the last thing I'll point out is there's been a lot of misinformation about the Service Authority debt profile. And I did appreciate Reverend Shaw's hat. That made me smile. And I'll talk about more the Service Authority part when we get to that part of the program. But this is based on Davenport's presentation from October 3rd, 2023. The grand total of the existing principal amount, which is the water fund, is $8,972,356, and the sewer fund is $12,878,851. That is a total for the current debt as of October 3rd, 2023, $21,851,207. So I just want that on record so that all these different numbers that pop around, 40 million, 50 million, 60 million, it's 21,851,207 based on October 3rd, 2023. And I really do appreciate everyone that comes out and gives public comment and contacts me, whether I agree or disagree with you. I appreciate all of you, and hopefully you'll give me a call and we can have a meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Lee, anything on there?
Again, that's hard show to follow here with the passion we have here. So, Ms. Lavelle, thank you again. You know, we've spoken before, so I'll continue to do what I can from here. Anthony, glad you're better. Car accident, that's a shame. We do need to find an alternate source from the aquifer. You know, we do have so many years left that DEQ has given us to live off the aquifer. So there's definitely solutions we need to find. Thank you to Reverend Davis or Pastor Davis as always, and Pastor Shaw. I agree with Ms. Bender. The hat was great. Appreciate that. And the same comments there with Anthony. Yeah, we've got to explore surface water. I would love to hear a vision you have for a more sustainable future and any partnerships. If you've identified anything, that'd be fantastic to know. Please bring it to our attention. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So my turn, I guess it's time for my great reveal. First off, Mr. Smirnoff, the $10,000 over budgeted for the Board of Supervisors. So these three got a computer each. And I got a new computer because mine was faulty. We got several printers, and they don't come out of the general supplies. They come out of IT. But it was reported by that organization that it came out of this other thing. So there's a lot of information that is false information. If you look on Facebook, there is so much information. Whatever this is, the Advance or Fredericksburg X or whatever it is, that has, I don't know, I'm about 50 FOIAs in, and they still trying to find something on me. But unfortunately, the worst thing it was I had a farm building and built a little addition, and I didn't know I needed a permit, but I got it. And so I guess that's the worst thing I've done in the last 40 years, but they're trying to find something. They think I'm spending money or doing something, some shenanigans. But let me tell you about this paper. So if you do a little research, let me tell you who's funding that paper. So if you look on their funding source, it's Herschel, which, as you all recall, Mr. Payne, that represented Amazon, that's his company. Also, the Fredericksburg, the Mary Washington Alliance. Who's with that? The Fredericksburg Regional Alliance. Who's with that? Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne's on their board. Who represented Amazon? Mr. Payne. Who promised King George 600,000 gallons of water at least? Mr. Payne. So has any of that been true? No, it's not true. So they've FOIA'd, they haven't FOIA'd my grandchildren's account yet, but I'm sure that will come. But I have had no business with them in regards to county government. for the record. So, Mr. Bob, it's good to see you. Glad you're doing well. But I do get a little uptight about when they throw the words out, transparency and secrecy. So I can tell you that the last board that I spent 2 years on with Ms. Bender was secret and transparent and hid things from the public. And where else would you like me to go with this? Because I have it in writing. So these are not some dreams of mine. These are facts. And I can't wait for these people out there on Facebook that want to put me in jail. I just hope somebody in this audience will bond me out. Thank you, Mr. Shelton. I appreciate that. So when we talk about transparency, this board is actually the most transparent I've seen. And when Mr. Davis spoke about all these roadblocks, Mr. Benner and I have gotten roadblocks for 2 years. So when you have change for the better, sometimes you have to make tough decisions. Like, people have to come to work sometimes, right? You can't just be working from home and not even be online, and you don't even know if they're working. You go in the office, they might be there, they might not be there. So when you make tough decisions and say, hey, you got to come to work, unless you got a legitimate reason not to come to work, then you have to come to work. And then they don't want to come to work, so they go somewhere else. And then you have people that are holding the purse strings, that if you kiss their ring, they will give you the money. But if you don't, they'll make your life miserable. So a lot of people are trying to make my life miserable, but that can't happen because I have the Lord on my side and he will protect me. He will protect every board member up here. So, Mr. Stats, press the brakes on the finance. There has been no brakes before. So when you look at the budget, what's been spent before, it's all public. Look at it. Last year had to go a couple $1 million into the reserve just to meet. So in my house, I don't spend more than I make. Why would the county spend more than they make? I just don't understand why that is a hard concept to understand. You only make so much, you can only spend so much. When we talk about meddling in the elections, Mr. Stat talked about that. Well, Amazon is meddling in your business through their enemies, the devil, through Facebook, through whatever other sources that are out there. You see it. Everybody sees it. I see it. It's so transparent to me of they have a company that they've hired. If you do your research, they have a company, a big old company up in Arlington where Amazon hired to try to dig dirt on people. Amazon, are you listening? Because I know, and we're getting ready to go to war here. So I just want you to know that I know what you're doing. And I'm not afraid of you, because I don't have that many years left. Mr. Hawkins, as far as tax increases, I think the board has mentioned on numerous occasions that that's the last thing that's going to happen. I can't tell you what's going to happen. I can tell you that we're going through the budget. Mr. Reservi is going through the budget. Every line item, until this year, you did not see every line item on the budget when they came in and gave these big things to all the budget committee and us, and they threw them on the table in this grand show. It was a line by line, and when you go through the line by line, what do you find out? You find out there's $10,000 a year for lunch for the personnel department. Why you got $10,000 a year for lunch? Oh, that's what we've always done. So what I'm telling you is You can believe people, or you can find out the facts on your own. There's a lot of smart people in King George. A lot of smart people. And they need to look into these items. Don't, what does it say? Something with verify? Trust but verify. So that's what I ask you to do. Mr. Beverly, I'm gonna talk to you specifically. I don't wanna, but so you spoke of false information. Well, from what I've seen from your emails to me, you too have false information. So I can't change your mind, but I know what the truth is, and I know what the information is. You are being led down a road that's not truthful and not honest. And that's what I'm going to tell you. And those things will reveal themselves in a matter of time. So this is a reckoning that the truth is out there and it will be told. Might not all be told today, but it's going to be told. And when you see the truth, then maybe you can ask. So the Lord says we must love our enemies. You know how hard it is to love your enemies? It's much easier to love your friends. But I've spent a lot of time praying for my enemies. So let me see if there's anything else I needed. So the firefighters that are leaving, if you talk with the firefighters that have left the department, they are not leaving for money. Okay? They are leaving because of a morale issue. You brought that up to me when we talked. There's a morale issue. And there is a morale issue. I can see it. So we hope we can fix that morale issue. Now let's talk about this firehouse that Facebook wants to go crazy on. So for the record, let me slow down a little bit, make sure the news people can hear it. For the record, I support a firehouse, new firehouse, where the location that we purchased, 1,000%. I support the firefighters, 1,000%. But like Mr. Stroud said, we do have a budget, and you can get what you need to service the county and to have comfort to the firefighters when they're on shift for a lot less money than we're being told. It's a fact. It's not like it's not like something he's making up or he's making up or she's making up. It's a fact. So we don't need to spend all this money. We don't need to spend $1.14 million on 16 square foot for plans. If you bought, I looked online at the metal firehouses, the metal buildings. They don't even look like metal buildings, by the way. They look better than what you got up there at Company One. Maybe we can tear that one down and put up a metal building. So I hope that that the union folks would please not listen to all the false information you're receiving and do a little research. If you have any questions from this board, they'll answer them. But Mr. Stroud said that your employer is the chief, so there is a hierarchy. So I met with you in the very beginning when I became chairman, and we had a discussion. And those are the items that I've been working on, the things that your members are interested in. So for other people to say it's a false narrative is what I'm telling you. So what I see in a lot of our county structure, it's really heavy at the top and it's not as heavy at the bottom. When it's heavy at the top, what does it do? It falls over. Well, we've fallen over. And why did we fall over? because of your last board. That's why we've fallen over. They made decisions that were not in the best interest of the county or the citizens. I don't know what interest they were making on, maybe in the best interest of themselves, but I can't judge. I have no idea. But just to end this reveal, just let everybody in this room and on the air and when it's on YouTube 9,000 times, that there is truth, and truth will set us all free, and the truth will reveal itself, and the devil will be taken down, and the devil is alive and well in this county. So we're fighting the devil. Thank you. Can we take a 1 minute break, Mr. Stroud? You got another comment from?
I have to say, Brown, sir, if I can, I'll try to be quick. On the Facebook note, for if anybody's trying to communicate with me on Facebook, I'm not big into drama, and I really don't spend a lot of time there. If you have something to say to me, come meet me in person, because I don't hear very well, and I like to see your lips moving. Okay, so come meet with me. I'll make the space for us to meet. Secondly, talking about the last board and some challenges you guys probably aren't even aware of yet or don't know about, some of the challenges that were left for us to deal with. Okay, that's going to hit your pocketbook, and you're going to be happy to hear this, is the demolishing of buildings. Nothing's been done. So I worked with Mr. Chris Clark a few years ago. We did a study on the buildings. There were buildings that needed to be demolished that were decided then, about 2 years ago, wasn't it, sir? That we did that? And today, the old middle school, we have vagrants living there. You got people turning classrooms into apartments. You got beds in there and mattresses and stuff like that because a building hasn't been demolished. Who's going to pay for that? And why wasn't it dealt with already? And why is it resting on our backs, on the board now? Because people before didn't want to deal with it. So whenever you want to talk about things and you want to talk about transparency, there's a lot of transparency that's going to come out, okay? And whenever it does, people are going to see, you know, I guess the king without his clothes. Thank you.
Ms. Pender had one announcement, I believe.
Yes, I promised that I would do this. So one of the solar project that was talked about earlier, the Gibson solar project, there was a public meeting, but I don't know if anyone ever got the whole notice that there was about 40 residents from Shiloh. I did attend. It was on March 12th. Well, they are having another community meeting on April 15th at the Smoot Library. I do not have the time. So if anybody wants to come out and ask questions, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew, because I've heard this from both of the data center folks that have one has put in an application, one is probably going to put an application soon, and the solar project that will be coming soon to the Planning Commission. They have told that they want to be transparent and they want the community to come and talk to them. So that's why I'm bringing this up now, because they understood that the last time, especially with Amazon, they had one meeting and it was for the 13 residents that lived around that. That wasn't transparency. And these companies, now that they're coming, they understand they need to be transparent. So Gibson Solar, I said that I would tell everyone April 15th at the Smoot Library, just check online for the time. I just don't know off the top of my head. Thank you.
I think we're going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, please. I'm going to go that way. So.
All right, I'm going to go that way.
Yeah. We're back in session. Let it be noted for the record. Consent agenda for the Board of Supervisors. Before there's motions on those from 314.01 to 314.08. Do you all have any discussion on those?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Questions? Or who will answer the questions for us, Ms. Razavi? Can you answer the questions on?
Well, mine's not a question. I want to thank Ms. Sherry Newton for and Ms. Jackie Fish for coordinating to come together to figure out a way to be a little more transparent so there was more information. And I do appreciate, I mean, one of our biggest things is communication and collaboration, and we all could be better at it. And I do want to acknowledge and thank when there's coming up with a solution to a plan. So, you know, and so there's a little more transparency in it. Thank you.
So who can answer questions in regards to those items? Well, there were several questions. There's one where it's a $16,000 special endowment. I think it was on page 2. I don't have it in front of me. Well, maybe I'll ask these questions and we can get an answer.
I don't have those in my.
Okay, that was one of them. What is the $16,000 special endowment? And there's a lot of travel training that's doesn't specify. So I'd like to know what the travel training is, because there's a lot of travel training. And there's line items for construction, and it just says construction, 1,000, 2,000, there's a bunch of them. And there was we paid for geocache boxes that we haven't even approved. I believe they're for Wilmot. So we bought these boxes for something that we haven't decided what we're going to do. Does anybody know anything why someone made a decision to buy these boxes without an approval? Anybody?
Mr. Chair, I think that's Mr. Minor, because I think that's that project with his interns and the trail.
Right, but nobody said.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think that's
what that is?
Geocache boxes
Okay. So I would like to know why someone spent the money without having any approval for those boxes. There was 3 refunds for the Citizens Center in the same day for almost $1,000. I was wondering why we were refunding the same person 3 times in the same day, $1,000. It was like 400, 500, 200. So I'd like to know what that's about. And we're still paying an electric bill for the old middle school that hadn't been in operation in 10 years. And as Mr. Stroud said, there's people living in it. And also the Board of Supervisors budget, we are paying for the power for Dominion for all the water authority. So I was wondering why we are paying, coming out of the general fund for the water authority, all the treatment centers and so forth, we're paying the electricity bill. I would think that would be in one of their items. Huh? You say no? What? Okay. And that was my questions. Anybody else have any questions on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir. I had some questions on the items 014579, the Intuitive Unified Cloud LLC. There are 4 items there. March 1st, 2024. But they're for the 3rd quarter of 2024. The total comes to like $9,000, $122, but it says for telephone.
Well, there's one bill that says telephone, and then there says the cloud computing, and it says telephone again. Mr. Mr. Dines, you have an answer?
Yes, that's for the VoIP phone system in the four buildings, this building, the sheriff's office, the courthouse, the fire rescue, and emergency services.
Okay, so for each one, is each building?
Each month. We did a purchase order for the whole amount for the end of the year, because we've never done that before, but finance suggested that we do that. And then so we're paying up to the whole
At once?
aggregate. So we'll pay for those each month, those four each month.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other questions? You have one? Any motions? Seeing no motions, will be tabled. Next is the February 13th, 2024 Board of Supervisors and the special meeting minutes. Is there any motions?
I'll make a motion to approve 0314.09.01, February 13th, 2024, King George Board of Supervisor in King George County Planning Commission special meeting minutes and 0314.09.02, February 7th, 2024, King George County Board of Supervisors budget work session meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Aye. Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, I'm going to abstain because I wasn't there, even though I read both of them and they seem fine. Next one is the Constitutional Officers Commissioner of Revenue. Ms. Puckett, are you here? You want have anything for us? Thank you. Sheriff's Office, Captain Weston, I don't see Sheriff Giles here. Do you have anything for us? Thank you. Mr. Randy Jones, Treasurer, is he here? Any representative? Okay, thank you. Mr. Richard Stewart, I imagine he's online. Do you have any report for us, sir? Hearing none. Ms. Bender.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. I'll move on to the consent agenda for the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion, or would you like to remove the consent agenda or ask questions based on it? So I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve as presented.
So I have a motion to approve as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
The motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
So on the verification of warrants issued to avoid late charges or disruption of service, I still didn't see those detailed what they were. So I can't vote for that if I don't know what they are.
All right, we can work on it, adding that into the service authority portion of the agenda.
Okay.
All right. So we have a motion properly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to, hold on. See if we have a county attorney report for the service authority. Mr. Stewart, have a report? Nope.
I believe he's on, Madam Chair, but
No report?
I don't think he has one.
All right, thank you. Next up is a public presentation of the Hopyard Farm tree planting project on the Service Authority property by parcel number 314F on Wise Lane by Mr. and Mrs. Karis and Carol Worley. Good to see you back.
Thanks. It's been a while. Mr. Dines, if you want to go ahead and put up the slides. I'm Chris Worley. I'm the treasurer of the Hopyard Farm Homeowners Association. My wife Carol is sitting here with me. Carol's on our Backyard and Wildlife Committee. She's also our resident master gardener, and she will be our project lead for this tree planting project. So we're gearing up here in the spring to do a lot of tree planting throughout Hopyard Yard, and we're starting now to focus on Weems Drive. If you're familiar with that, you come off Route 3, take a left on Port Conway, and the first right-hand turn is our second entry into the older sections of Hopyard Farm on Weems Drive. We've already started planting trees. on the left side or the south side of that road. And what we're going to ask for today, shown on my bottom line up front slide here, is that we want to get your permission, since it's your property, to plant some complementary trees on the north side and also around the brand new parking lot that was just put in for the Heritage Walking Trail. I assume at some point Parks and Rec is going to be taking over from us. Okay, so here's our bottom line. We're asking for permission to put up to 20 trees. It'd be a mix of evergreens and deciduous trees along the ditch line on the north side of Weems Drive. That would complement what we're already doing on the south side. We'd also like to put 8 deciduous trees, probably native flowering trees. Carol will kind of decide what that's going to be ultimately, and a couple of shrubs around the walking trail parking lot. If you looked at the photo collage I had in there, there's a lot of scrub brush growing up along the ditch line and around that parking lot. We'd like to cut that down and haul it away. And we're going to be talking to the tourism committee, assuming we get a positive result tonight and we get permission to do this. Carol's going to go to tourism tomorrow to see if we can possibly get some financial assistance. We already applied for a $1,500 grant, and that would be used just to put the trees and the shrubs around that parking lot. Next slide, please. This just shows a little more clearly what we're doing. It's Port Conway Road on the bottom there. Route 3 is over to the right. You turn right on Weems. On the left side where you see the walking trail, we've already started planting those trees. Notice that we've also got a Native American Heritage Trail marker that we've already approved through our board to have planted right there at that intersection of the walking trail. And then over on the other side, you want to come back to a bigger view there. Everything within that orange bracket is what we're looking to do on your property. Those green circles don't necessarily show exactly where every tree is going to go, but the tree line is going to run right along that ditch. You'll notice up to the top, there's a King George Service Authority access road that runs to the well house. There is a water line that comes off of that well house, runs parallel to Weems Drive, but it's 182 feet away from where we're going to be planting trees. So it won't impact anything that belongs to Service Authority. And of course, before we start digging and doing any planting there, we would get with Miss Utility and have that marked to make sure there's no power lines or anything else that we're going to have any issues with. Next slide, please. That's just a close-up of what we want to do with the parking lot. It's roughly 90 by 40 feet. So what we're looking at is putting a couple shrubs as you come in the entry over the culverts. Can't put trees there because it would cause damage to the ditch line and the culverts. 8 deciduous trees. Again, we'll decide later what they're going to be, but we do want native flowering trees so that it'll look really nice. Next slide. So what are we going to do about it? We're going to get the trees. We're going to haul them to the site. We're going to dig the holes. We're going to install them. We're going to maintain them throughout their service life, up to 20. We may not be able to do all 20 right away. We're going to do some this year, some next year, et cetera, but we're going to do that much probably. Get rid of all the unsightly field grass, cut that down. And then we're going to periodically maintain the ditch and the entire area that we've cleared around all those trees. We're going to mow it and we're going to maintain it. And it's not going to cost the Service Authority anything. That's the bottom line. And there's a photo collage there that I also included. If you want to look at that from the top left and going to the right, that's the corner of Port Conway and Weems where you turn and you come down to the new parking lot. The culverts that are on each side of that parking lot, you can see some of the scrub brush. And the remainder of those photos, just look down Weems Drive. And again, you can see the ditch line. We're already mowing that right up to the scrub brush. We're going to go ahead and take the scrub brush out, move that line back and plant those trees. And then we'll be taking care of all that for you. So that's why we're here, just to get permission from you, since it's your property, to go ahead and do this.
Mr. Worrell?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins, do you have a question?
I do. I'm sorry. Sorry, we were at the...
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. Is Weems Drive, is that Is that public? In other words, is that VDOT?
It's VDOT's road, yes.
So do you have to make sure VDOT?
We'll be outside the right of way. We won't be in the VDOT right of way.
Okay.
It's not going to be on your property.
Okay. So will you have a maintenance agreement with us?
No, we're going to add the maintenance and upkeep to our existing landscaping contract. We're going to cover it all.
What I'm saying is that you're going to put that on the authority property, but you say you're going to maintain it.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be an agreement that you're going to maintain it. A written agreement.
Okay, we can do that.
I would highly suggest it make sure everything's clear. Madam Chair, I don't have any problem with planting trees and bushes everywhere. We just got to make sure that the VDOT and then we make sure if it's on county that we have to have a maintenance agreement.
Okay.
That's all.
Do you have any other questions, please?
Quick one.
Sir.
Just quickly, when are you looking to do this year?
If the weather permits.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I know.
It's kind of crazy right now. We may have to wait until fall to actually put the trees in, but we can get everything prepared. If we can, Carol's the expert. What we can do sooner than later, we'll certainly do that.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Collins, would like a maintenance contract in place to vote on this, or?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think that we should have some written document before we go vote on this. I'm for it. I just want to make sure that everybody is.
Who would I coordinate with to get that done?
The gentleman down at the end, Norm Sabi.
Mr. Chairman, what we've done before in my previous employment is we've just worked out a memorandum of understanding where the county attorney will prepare it for approval and then the board's approval of it.
Okay. Well, Ms. Bender, on that note, I would like to make a motion to approve it as it is approved by the county attorney and Board of Supervisors. Special envoy has the opportunity to sign it. That's my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Well, motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Solms.
Sir, do you have a total cost projection of what it's going to be? And I understand you're asking the county for $1,500. Is that the total that you're asking for the county?
Yeah, right. Just for the piece around the parking lot.
Okay.
Since that's servicing what's going to be part of the Heritage Trail.
Gotcha.
We thought that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Everything else we're covering out of pocket ourselves.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
So the motion was to approve it, but we haven't talked about the money yet.
So I think.
There is no money. There's no money from the Service Authority.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the tourism funds, which would come in a TAC application, correct?
Right. So the motion was to approve it for the county, for the Service Authority, but I didn't say approve it for the money at this point. Okay.
Correct. So a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye, motion carries.
So we're approved to do this pending
the MOU.
The MOU being completed.
Correct.
And sir, you were the gentleman I should talk to about that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for.
He's here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Hold on, Mr. Dines.
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Stewart is online and his microphone is working now. So if you'd like to have any questions or we'd like to speak, we could ask him if you'd like.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Stewart, before I go on to the next one, do you have any comments?
Madam Chair, I do not. That's fine to make that subject to an agreement of y'all's approval. And I apologize earlier, but for some reason my mic would not work, but it is now. So if you need me, I'm here and I can speak.
All right. Thank you very much. We will move on now to the Service Authority update. Before I give my update, I would like to invite Embodens in the audience to come up, and if they want to give us anything on the utility report that was sent to us that we do post online. Before Mr. Emboden talks, I would like to say something. You know, in the Service Authority, there's a lot of things that we're trying to do to improve, to make it better for the citizens that use the Water and Sewer Authority. And I do want to thank Emboden because a lot of people don't understand that they've been working very hard over the last year, and that's when they fully had the contract in place. It's been about a year now, I think that is correct, to try to figure out what are the best chemicals and processes to make our plants be in compliance. And so some of the costs and the chemicals that Mr. Davis was pointing out is they're trying to figure out what is the best mixes for these plants to keep them in compliance and to keep them operating. And so there's a lot of trial and error, and they've done a lot of testing. And unfortunately, some of those chemicals, especially for the older plants, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're finding out they're a little more expensive because that's what's, especially for Perkins Corners, to get it, to make it to the finish line until we decommission it. So with that, I give it over to you for the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you are correct. Some of the chemicals that we've used in the past have actually provided some inhibition to biological treatment. So making changes to chemical selections has been beneficial to have our facilities be operationally reliable. So thank you so much for that. So we'll go over an overview of the water and the wastewater. So we'll start with water. The Mammoth Water Tower is now back online. There was some work performed by Southern Corrosion. They did an inspection, a washout, some other work regarding their contract. We refilled the tower for them, and Waterworks regulations requires us to collect bacteriological testing to verify that it is free and clear, and the water is potable. Those samples came back all clean, and so we put the tower back online. We finished up the annual well samples. MPN just stands for most probable number, and it's just a method analysis that we use for bacteriological concerns. All wells, groundwater wells, are required to collect a sample on the raw water every year, and so we finished out the annual requirement for that in the month of February. We're also continuing to backwash our green sand filters on an as-needed basis to optimize both the capture of iron and manganese, but also minimize water usage. Every time we send one of the filters into a backwash cycle, it uses the freshwater supply to do so. And so that does equate to some loss of potable water. In order to decrease that loss, we are doing various different measurements and testing to make sure our capture is what it needs, and recovering the sand filter's capacity for iron and manganese removal with those backwash procedures. There was a emissions unit installed. Emission is just a kind of an off-the-shelf SCADA product, if you will. There was emissions unit installed on well F at Hop Yard. And we did so because the SCADA unit that was there had failed, and John Eisenweiss was able to find a solution for that saved the county a substantial amount. And so that was wrapped up in the month of February, and the emissions unit was installed. There still is an issue with the PLC wire. PLC is the computer essentially that runs the program, that runs the plant. There's a signal wire that is needed for the Hop Yard facility, and the King George County maintenance are aware of it. It's in their list of priorities, but that signal wire will allow the communications needed to prevent the inhibition of backwash operations, and only allow it to happen when an operator selects it to do so. Any questions on water so far?
Does anybody have any questions?
All right. For wastewater, Madam Chair, you did speak about the chemical issues, and we've had several chemical issues, most notably at the beginning of the year. But we were able to open those lines of communication with our chemical supplier, and that is Brentag. They were able to come in. They were doing jar testing to select different coagulants and chemicals that will be better suited for what we are using now, aluminum sulfate. And the jar testing essentially is a method that chemical suppliers use to select, if you will, the appropriate chemical to use for the job. Many different chemicals, thousands of different chemicals, different strengths, different charges, different types. And so selecting the appropriate one will not only benefit the treatment plant operations, but also extend that dollar as well. So if a certain chemical can do a better job than this other chemical, there's a cost savings there as well. We ordered, we call it bugs in layman's terms, but it's freeze-dried bacteria. They're cold weather freeze-dried bacteria, and that is to augment our wastewater treatment, our biomass at all of our facilities. We did so because we have seen an excessive amount of organic loading being contributed at our plants, most notably Perkins. We're having high organic loading, and that is coming from fats, oils, and grease in the collection system, most likely because there is no current program developed for the county right now for investigating and mitigating oil and grease. And so that's something that we are working on, and that's something that DEQ has asked us to look into and report back to them on in this latest permit reissuance. The authority hosted a meeting regarding the chemicals and the chemical supplier, as well as my team was involved in that. That was kind of a meeting that was designed to organize the communications between all the parties, set out expectations, and we feel that meeting was very beneficial going forward. Most notably, the glycol, which is a carbon-based chemical for the Dahlgren facility. The chemical supplier did not have the appropriate equipment on their truck to offload it into our chemical holding tanks at the treatment plant. And that was one of the many problems that we were experiencing. But the supplier said that they were able to order the appropriate pump to have that ability. And so we're hopeful that that is going to be resolved. We are reducing the biomass at some of the facilities to prepare for warmer weather. But we're doing so in a cautious manner because we're still seeing some organic activity or organic loading coming into our facilities. But during warmer weather, the biomass is more active, it's more productive, and so we're accounting for that in our operations. So then at Perkins, Oakland, and Dahlgren, there were permit exceedances, and the issues range from equipment issues, I&I, infiltration and inflow, as well as organic overloading. And this is not anything that's necessarily new. This has been ongoing for several reasons and for a significant length of time. We are working with the county, working with the maintenance department, working with DEQ to resolve these issues. So, and further explanation is included in your utility reports, but I would be more than happy to take any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Solons.
For the permit exceedances, are there fines or anything associated with that?
So DEQ has a compliance auditing system, and it's a points-based system. Fines are only assessed if there is a pattern or history and a consent order is entered into where fees are then assessed. But the compliance auditing system that DEQ has, there is a warning period. There is essentially, there's points that you're allowed to stack up in a 6-month time. It's a rolling 6-month time. At the end of that 6 month, those points fall off unless new ones are accrued. And so there's a compliance auditing system, but no fines are assessed until warning letters are issued, consent orders are entered into a DEQ, and there's other enforcement proceedings that DEQ has established.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. So yeah, I'm new to the board, as you know, so there's some things I don't know, but when are fines assessed? Is that something that happens like at the end of the year? Is it something that just happens as it goes along, or how exactly do they work?
Sure, it happens as it goes along, and it happens as you move through the enforcement process with DEQ. Each violation of the permit has different weight class, if you will, and therefore different penalties assessed. So if there's a minor issue, say there's a pH that is slightly out of limits, that's going to have a lesser penalty or a lesser point assigned to, let's say, a major spill or a major overflow. And so it's weighted in terms of the significance of the issue. But it is something that happens as you go. But there's a lot that has to happen between when you have the issue and when fines are assessed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Collins?
So you spoke of a point system. How many points can you get in a 6 months?
4.
4. How many points do we have?
That is something that DEQ keeps track of, and that's not something that we keep track of. That's internal to them. They have the internal discussions, enforcement processes, and weekly meetings, and they assess those, and they send us warning letters. To date, we haven't received any warning letters. We've had several DEQ inspections, but that is to be determined by DEQ.
So we don't know how many points are.
No, sir.
How do we find out how many points there are?
We can request from DEQ to see if they would be able to divulge that information.
You can?
I can, yes, sir.
Would you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Collins?
So I would say, Mr. Collins, I think to that, it sounds like it's a rolling system, which means it's going to change presumably every month.
Every month, those will drop off.
Because your 6 month ago points would roll off every 6 months. So I think if we do it, we'd have to request it every month.
Correct.
If you want to see where you're trending.
Now, I will say that the enforcement process for DEQ, if you do rack up more than 4 points and you enter into the warning or the notice of violation stage, DEQ can reach back in the non-compliance history past those 6 months, so that they can bring all of that out and put into either a consent order or a notice of violation to be included. So and also to be assessed with fees and penalties, civil penalties. So it's not the point system is only related to the 6 months.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on a second. Lead go first, and I'll get Mr. Collins because I think he has a follow-up on that.
I was just going to say, so if we do request the what we're asking for, the points where we're currently at, do you know if we have the capability to request that historical data as well?
We can.
We can.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can FOIA that, but we can.
Okay.
Mr. Collins?
So I guess the question is not so much how many points do we have, which is an important thing, but so we don't want any more consent orders.
Right.
So we need to know if we're heading in that direction, so we don't head in that direction. That's the big question.
So two items that I would respond to that. One, there is a current existing and open consent order that was negotiated with DEQ. I believe it was last year or the year before, but I think it was last year. And that consent order, a consent order essentially allows the permittee to have certain protections, if you will, against the permit. And so that while the permittee is working on to resolve the issues, it is an open agreement. It's a consented to agreement with DEQ that these issues are present, and here's the schedule of compliance that has been agreed upon between the permittee and DEQ to resolve the issues at hand. And so there is a current consent order open right now for Perkins. Fairview Beach is involved with that, as well as the Dahlgren facility. And so those facilities are currently already in a consent order. We have had some discussions with DEQ, and they have indicated to us that with the issues that we've had at Perkins, albeit not new, they said that we're in the notice of violation consent order stage, that stage. But our response to DEQ is that we have an open consent order currently for those exceedances that we are experiencing. And so there has been some back and forth communications with them. And I believe, Ms. Bender, we've discussed with you some of those concerns as well. But that it's to be determined as far as on what side of the fence DEQ is going to fall on this.
So this consent order, was there already a fine attached to this particular one?
There was the current open consent order. You actually have two consent orders open right now. The current consent order for the facilities itself, there was fines that were assessed, and there was a payment schedule implemented with that consent order. So the consent order spells out the specific time periods in which payments for civil penalties are to be assessed.
How much was the total?
I cannot remember. It's in the document that you can find online on DEQ's website.
Well,
I can provide that to you.
You mentioned an interesting thing. I've not been able to navigate DEQ very well and try to find these things that are pertinent to us. So, Ms. Bender, could you find out how much that?
If you give me a couple of minutes, I'll find that.
Yep.
There's two of them that cost us money, Mr. Bowden?
So you have two consent orders open right now. The first consent order, which was actually active before the consent order for the wastewater treatment plants, involved your lift stations and not meeting Class 1 reliability standards, which simply means there needs to be redundancy built into the lift stations. Backup power needed to be provided, and there was an entire process involved with that. Our company has not been involved on that side of things. That is the King George County maintenance crew that is actively engaged in that side of things. The other consent order is for the treatment plants.
I'm going to give it to you right now. Thank you, Ms. Fish, for forwarding this to me. So I'm going to read to you. This was from the meeting date June 20th, 2023. It was item number SA-0606, consent order with DEQ for wastewater treatment facilities. At its June 6, 2023 meeting, the Board of Directors reconvened an open meeting at the conclusion of the closed meeting and authorized the county administrator to sign the attached proposed consent order, which has the following essential terms. Agreed disposition for resolution of all alleged wastewater treatment facility permit violations from September 2020 to the date of execution. Payment of a monetary penalty in the total amount of $108,861.50 to be paid in quarterly payments over 2 years as further specified in the proposed order, and completion of those remediation or replacement projects as identified and subject to such terms specified in Appendix A of the proposed order. And that's your answer to your question.
One of them or two of them?
That is, if I remember right, there was a superseding consent order and they were put together.
Okay, so two of them for $108,000.
And it was a lot more. We negotiated it down. And we have used the outside source, Aqua Law, who is an expert, and that's also who's helping us with the Hop Yard DEQ permit.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we had to pay $108,000. The customers pay $108,000. So we can't have that happen.
Yep.
I know one of the things that I know Mr. Young has been working on, Mr. Cruzenberry, and in Bowden, and myself, and Mr. Rasavi, we have been answering lots of questions from DEQ, trying to be very transparent and open in communication. That in the past we found that wasn't always done, and there wasn't a lot of, sometimes no follow through. So we're making sure we get ahead of it or stay on top of it once we get notices of reports that need to be filed or information. I know we, Mr. Young, Mr. Savi have been talking to DEQ about the ARPA money and giving them information so that we can get it dispersed to us so we can decommission Perkins Corner and Oakland Park, which are two of our, at least Perkins Corner, the one that is just making it there, so that we can get them offline, decommissioned, upgrade Hop Yard, and add water lines, but bring everything to Hop Yard so that Perkins Corner, we don't have to deal with that anymore, correct?
Correct. And what we're dealing with here is years of neglect to the wastewater and water and wastewater utility here. And so I think we're on a road to recovery. I think the decommissioning of Perkins and the transfer of wastewater to Hop Yard is the best plan. We have a very good engineering firm, RK&K, involved with the design of the upgrades to the Hop Yard facility, the decommissioning of the Perkins wastewater treatment plant, and the force mains to convey such sewage to the upgraded Hop Yard plant. There's also hopefully enough room in the budget in the ARPA fund budget to decommission Oakland. Oakland and Perkins are by far the most difficult facilities to operate. When they were constructed and installed, well, Perkins is actually, when it was installed, it was a renovated treatment plant that existed somewhere else a long time ago, and they put it in the ground without permits and such. But there's never been a provision at these facilities until modifications were made for nutrient removal, and that is what the TKN violations that we've been having at Perkins. It's from the inability to remove nutrients reliably. And that stems from the age of the plant, the infrastructure of the plant. And so that's why we're having these issues. The process that we're going through right now is the correct process, and transferring all of the influent that Perkins is going to, that is having now, to the hop yard facility, and then decommissioning Perkins. And so I think we're on the correct path. And and we actually have another meeting tomorrow with the engineering company, RK&K, as well as ourselves and King George County. And so we're heavily involved with that, and we're moving forward with that.
Any more questions? Mr. Solons?
Sir, did I understand correctly that the Perkins plant was bought secondhand, put in the ground, and brought online without permits?
That is our understanding, and DEQ is aware of this.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted that clarified in the record, because kind of stuff you guys are dealing with.
Sure.
And just to clarify, Mr. Solons, it was mostly put there for King George Elementary when it was built.
Yep. And so you have a facility that is designed for one commercial entity and not necessarily an entire municipal and commercial district to receive those flows. And so there's a lot of issues that we see at the Perkins facility.
Mr. Rasavi?
The plants that are going to take the place of these two that you're going to terminate, are they capable of being expanded?
Yes, sir.
In the future?
Yes, sir. And that is the upgrade process to the hop yard facility. The hop yard facility has essentially right now 2 SBR treatment tanks. That facility, I believe, is capable to treat up to 300 or in excess of 300,000 gallons a day. We're seeing about a third of that flow right now. So we have capacity there to take this on. But as the area gets developed and all the infill is scheduled to be conveying sewage to the hop yard facility, upgrades are necessary. And these upgrades not only include additional biological treatment in the form of additional SBRs, but it also includes additional filtration of the wastewater, the effluent, most notably for the removal of nitrogen. And it also includes an upgrade to ultraviolet light disinfection processes, so we remove pathogens. And so all aspects of the permit are being viewed and considered during the upgrade process.
Does it use a sludge press at that facility?
There is in the preliminary engineering report that was provided. My team was able to have a review and provide comments on that. There was another sludge press slated for that facility. Right now, there's only one facility, the Dahlgren facility, that is able to press sludge. The sludge press that is at the Dahlgren facility is vintage. And the manufacturer of that press is no longer an entity, so parts and supplies and consumables are hard to come by. So the forethought is there that we have an additional facility that is able to receive sludge and press sludge, because it's not just the Dahlgren facility that has to process that sludge out. All wastewater treatment plants have residual sludge waste that they need to handle. And so hop yard will be a secondary, if not primary, for that. So it builds in redundancy to the county's utility.
Okay. Then just one question I have about the aluminum sulfate. Is that targeting specific constituents you're trying to?
Yes, sir.
Is it the metals, the zinc and copper, or?
the constituents that we're trying, aluminum sulfate is a metal salt, and we use it to bind or adsorb the phosphorus to the sludge. So it will settle out. So it's designed around phosphorus removal for the general nutrient permits. Yes,
thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to specifically ask you about fog because you can explain a lot better, and Mr. Young can explain about it. We've been working on that, and that is very vital to Perkins and why it has issues. Could you explain that to the public?
Yes. So even the best laid practices for mitigating fats, oils, and grease, we call it fog. You're always going to have bleed through from grease traps and grease interceptors from commercial entities, and so this would be anywhere from a diner to a large commercial store, may have a deli, may have some other food selling processes there. But fog is a significant issue when it comes to wastewater treatment. It does several different things to a wastewater treatment plant, but most notably it causes inhibition to wastewater treatment plant processes. And the way it causes that is really three different things. First, it can provide a change in charge to the treatment facility because it is polar and water is not, and so water and oil don't mix. The second thing that happens is it coats the biomass, the bacteria that's in the treatment plant that we use to treat the organic waste that we receive in the influent waste stream. And so with that coating comes inhibition of treatment. And then the third thing that it does is it allows for different types of bacteria to grow and kind of snuff out the good bacteria that we need for proper wastewater treatment. And so the idea here is to develop a process of systems that allows the county to go through each of these commercial generators and inspect to make sure that grease interceptors, grease traps are installed, and not only installed, that they're adequately sized and that other mitigation practices are being observed in a commercial kitchen. And so my firm has wrote many different programs for several different municipalities that we can share and mirror here. We don't need to recreate the wheel, but there's certainly further things that we have to do to tackle this problem. In the interim, the King George County maintenance team is pumping out the lift stations and trying to remove the oil and grease as much as possible.
Yes, so Mr. Young and I have been in discussions, and we had some conversations working with to get I forget what Maryland Biochemical to get for the ones that cause the most problems, to get a temporary solution to try to cut down on it. And that is going to be in my report. One of the things we have to talk about is there are some positions that are needed that were never put in there to do certain specific things like monitoring the permits, making sure we keep up on inventory, the fog program. There are many different things that'll be in there. And I do appreciate, that's one of the biggest things I've seen so far with the Service Authority. There was a lack of collaboration and a lack of communication and even training. But the staff of what's left of the Service Authority in Bowdoin, Mr. Young, Mr. Quisenberry, we've all been trying to work together to find out solutions that will be included when I finally, to get to the very end of the report. But there is path forward. There's a roadmap to success. And if we all work together with collaboration and everything, we can be successful. And I do appreciate your help on that.
Certainly. Our pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to get to my report, and I'm going to try to be very brief so that we can move on. But one of the things I want the public to know, and Mr. Rasavi is going to be on with us, and Bowdoin's going to be with us, Aqua Law, and several other, I can't even, all the people that are going to be on this is we brought up the hop yard permit at the last meeting. So I gave the document, we sent it to Aqua Law, and they had some concerns, and Mr. Rasavi, in his experience, checked over the permit and found some concerns. So we called DEQ, and we actually have a meeting. They're coming here and having a meeting with them to discuss the hop yard permit to make sure that it's done correctly so that we can get the adequate water, because we know we're going to be pushed to the alternative water source, but we want to make sure sure that it's done so that we can be able to have enough water to get to them and come up with a plan. So that's one thing we're doing. And as we were talking, the Brentag chemical, we've all been trying to work together for how to find a solution. I know it's hard and it's not quick, but this has been 30 years in the making. And so one of the biggest things I thought and why I voted to not merge the service authority right now, I'm not saying that's not the answer. It might be the answer in the end, but you don't want to bring something into the county that's broke. You want to make sure it's fixed and on a good pathway before you bring it in. So that's what, at least I can say I'm trying to do. And I know the staff and Mr. Eisenbeis and his staff, I mean, he's got a lot of young people working for him. And when I had lunch with them one day, all they kept saying is, what can we do to be a team to make that? What training can we do? What can we do to help it make it? And they're very enthusiastic. You know, we all remember when we were that young and enthusiastic. And Mr. Young has been helping me a lot with different solutions to try to make repairs. So we're all trying to work together to put the service authority where it needs to be on I'm going to keep saying the roadmap to success. So I do want to thank everyone. And anybody have any more questions before Mr. Collins?
So I noticed you mentioned that you and Mr. Young, when are we going to know, the board, what the path is?
Well, that's what I'm working on. That's what I said. There's a lot of paths, and I know you wanted a definitive answer. I'm trying to move it for April to come up with a report. I've been working on it every day. I'm up to 30 pages now, and it's just a lot of information with background, and I'm going to send it to all the board to look at, to give me edits, everything, because there's many different paths we could take. You could sell the service authority. I know there's willing takers out there. You can link up with other localities to try to help, like Caroline and Stafford. Didn't know we were in talks with Stafford quite a bit, but found that out. So we gotta bring those paths out so we can all look at all the solutions to try to figure out which solution that we might want to follow, including using other counties to try to help us in the interim. And one of the other things that I've found in my journey and talking to a lot of people is that our former GM, Mr. Weekly, DQ really liked him, and they felt that he had a path to success. And unfortunately, we didn't follow everything and didn't get, before he had to leave to go to Madison County, back to where he lived. He commuted every day from Madison County. He had a lot of things that he had in place, and he was working on, helping to come into compliance to make sure we have backup generators at all the facilities, but he just ran out of time. And unfortunately, everything wasn't in the next time period until now wasn't fully completed. So we're hoping that we can continue to make those repairs. And I know I mentioned with Mr. Young, I'm working kind of as the acting interim general manager. So I'm trying to do things as the acting general manager to try to bring everything to the board and be transparent. So with that, Mr. Collins, do you have any other questions? Right. No. Right. Thank you, everybody. We do have a secondary public comment to address meeting business matters only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Would anybody like to come up and give public comment on the service authority? All right. Is there anybody online, Mr. Dines? Yes. Yes. So no.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I want the public to know, because there's been some misinformation out there. GoToMeeting is still active, correct, Mr. Dines? And you can use GoToMeeting. So it has not been canceled or scrapped. So if you love GoToMeeting or YouTube, wherever you watch the meeting, know it is still there for you. GoToMeeting is there where you can give public comments. So I just want the public to know that, because there's some folks that think that it disappeared.
It's not anymore.
What was that? All right. With that, I will look for a motion to adjourn the Service Authority Board of Directors.
I make a motion that we adjourn to Tuesday, April the 2nd, 2024, at 5:30 p.m. in the Robert H. Combs boardroom.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, probably a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. The Service Authority has been adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. King George Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Local 4438. After action, the first annual Northern Neck Smoke Eaters Barbecue Brawl report.
Did you get that PowerPoint from? No. Okay. Apparently the PowerPoint did not go through. So I can just go over it. I have it here on my phone. If that works. So the first annual Northern Neck Smoke Eaters Barbecue Brawl was a success, and we appreciate the board giving us the grant last year. Brought a lot of people into our county. We had 452 adults, so that's 13 and up, 120 kids, 12 and under, 26 vendors, 4 food trucks, and 4 barbecue teams that competed. Ticket sales, we had total ticket sales of 268 general admission tickets, 29 family 4-packs, and 68 VIPs. The total ticket pre-sales was 65 general admissions, 14 family 4-packs, and 20 VIPs. And then total sales at the gate was 203 general admission, 15 family 4-packs, and 48 VIPs, for a total tickets sold of 365. We have pretty good advertisement on our Facebook page for this. 4.4 to 6.7 thousand accounts reached per Facebook post, 500 to 800 Facebook post interactions per post. We had 150 30-second spots on WFLS, and then 27 60-second spots on 104.5. We got 6 banners. They were 2x6 banners that we put up around the county. And our PowerPoint had a few graphs about the age and gender. So we had 47.9% were men, 52.10% were women that attended, and different age groups of 18 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 55 to 64, and then 65 and up. With the major of the reach of the Facebook crowd was around August 30th. With several different places that the Eventbrite reached. Places all the way up in New York. This happened to reach somewhere up there, as well as down in Florida as well. Spent a lot of man hours on this. So September 1st and 2nd, the day before the event and then the day of the event, it was 394 hours spent on the different people. And then total man hours for the event planning was 424. Total man hours, total was 818. You guys were able to give us, for the TAC grant funds, $16,400. And Chairman Collins, we do appreciate last year where you increased our grant funds for that event insurance. That was much appreciated. Our breakdown of cost. So we got a generator and light tower. That was $560. Tents, chairs, tables, bathrooms, wash stations, and a dumpster was $3,530.20. Stage and sound was $3,881.26. Advertisement, $5,434.96. Swag and marketing was $2,681.87. Event insurance was $1,192.57. Sponsorship money. This sponsorship money was spent on the kid events. So when the kids got in, number one, kids 12 and under got in free. And when they got in, all the kid events were free, which is what we're trying to keep, is all the kid events are going to be free where the kids don't have to pay for it. That's something that we want to keep up for next year or this year. We spent $2,800 in bands, and then our marketing total was $8,116.03. We spent a total of $23,886.12. So between the sponsorship money that we got, which was about $3,000, and between the union funds that we gave, that's where we made up the difference between the $16,400. We're in a total of about $29,000 with a net after expenses, after the sponsorships, the grant funds, and the funds that we put, was about $12,000. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have on that.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, one of the things I hear from citizens or any of these TAC applications that we give money to is, what do you do with the funds that are given to you or are raised?
So that's a great question. Number one, mental health is a great thing in our job profession. It's something that all of our first responders face. Last year, we passed a policy for our local union that we would pay for 5 one-hour therapy sessions per member of our local. We see a lot of trauma in our job, and that's part of where the money is going. As well as we agreed to pay for 1 in-hospital visit. If one of our members have to go to that, we pay for the copay for that, because we don't want, it's hard enough to admit that you have a problem, and we don't want them to have to worry about the financial aspect of it as well. So that's where some of this money is going as well. We also have a hardship loan policy as well. So if one of our members is facing a hardship, then that's where that money can go as well.
And then a follow-up question, how, of all the members of the fire department, how many members do you have that are in your local union?
So of the department, of course, we have 85% of the members that are eligible in the local. Right now, we're sitting at 41 members in our local.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, sir, please. You said our NOI was $12,000. Is that what we netted?
Yes.
And what do we spend?
Of that $12,000?
No. What do we spend to earn the $12,000 is what I'm just trying to figure out.
We spent 23, let me get you the exact number. $23,886 is what we spent on the event.
It's 16,000 came from the county. We spent 23,000 and we netted 12,000.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. 3-16, construction services agreement for design, build, baseball and softball field, lighting at King George Middle School, Department of Finance. Ms. Dillard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In January 2024, proposals were received from 4 firms in response to RFP 0109-2024-1400 for design, build, baseball, and softball field lighting for King George Middle School. Services to include pre-construction, lighting installation, electrical service, and programming, along with material, label, and equipment costs. The proposals were evaluated by a selection committee consisted of Mr. Cliff, Mr. Clark, Mr. Young, and Mr. Hoagland. Based on the proposals and/or interviews with the 3 highest ranked firms, the selection committee ranked R.E. Lee Electric Company Incorporated as the most qualified firm for this project and commenced negotiations for a cost proposal. Negotiations were completed in March 2024. The total project budget should not exceed the approved amount of $450,000. You received 2 documents that provide the project stages and duration and total cost associated with each stage, and a copy of the board-approved capital improvement projects budget for fiscal year 21-22. I am asking the board, Mr. Chair and board members, to authorize the county to take the following action. Execute a construction service agreement with R.E. Lee Electric Company Incorporated in the amount of $444,896, which is less than the $450,000 of capital improvement project funds approved by the Board of Supervisors at the November 8th, 2021 meeting for purchase, design, setup, and connection of field lighting at the King George County Middle School baseball and softball fields, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Okay,
Any questions?
anything? Any motions?
I guess my question is this the only group that we reached out to?
No. We had 4 firms, and we actually interviewed the top 3 firms. And the top 3 firms that we interviewed, R.E. Lee came in at the top. They came in with their oral presentation, and they specified each stage, how they would do it, how long it would take them to do it. And it was clear to the selection committee that they were the best qualified to complete this project.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Were they the lowest bidder?
This was a design build project, so they did come in low. We did not ask for any proposals from anyone else because they were the top.
Okay.
Well, we didn't ask for any more cost negotiations.
So, ma'am, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some of these processes are still new to me. And I thank you for your patience the other day, especially, and tonight. I just have a question. Whenever this, whenever working with them, this company, you guys were talking to them, just in some simple math, they're charging like $3,166 to remove the lights from 2.3 poles per day. And I'm just, did anybody ask the math and how that comes about, or should we go into that?
Well, basically, I have Mr. Cliff and I have Mr. Young who can answer those questions. Mr. Cliff can actually tell you basically what they're going to be doing on the field.
The lights that are being replaced are on the baseball field. Those are 80-foot poles. They're 8.
Mr. Cliff?
Yes.
Okay, you identified yourself. What's your position in regards to this?
I'm Gary Cliff with King George County Schools.
Thank you.
Maintenance director for the school system. But anyway, yes, the 8 poles that we're talking about are 80-foot poles. They already have metal halide lights on them. Some of them have up to 12 lights, depending on what part of the field they are. Some will have 5 lights. Each one, the lights have to come down. They put their new lights up, LED, and that's what that cost is.
That helps a lot, sir. The cost to put it up, though, is actually a separate cost on there. It's a separate line item putting them up. They priced to remove them for the 8 poles over the course of 3 days. So by doing the math, it comes to $395 an hour, $3,166 for 2.3 poles a day. But that does include the equipment. So
bucket trucks, yes, sir.
Right. All right. Thank you, sir.
And they do have all their own equipment, and that is a very reasonable price.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Experience. Thank you.
Any more questions? Any motions? Seeing none?
Hold on a second. I got to bring it up. I had it up here and then it disappeared. I'll make a motion to execute a construction services agreement with R.E. Lee Electric Company Incorporated in the amount of $444,896 for purchase, design, setup, and connection of field lighting at the King George County Middle School baseball and softball field, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
There's second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank
Chair
you,
votes-
Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Oh,
Yes,
is
sir.
roll call because it's finance?
Roll call, Ms. Bender,
Aye.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Stroud,
Aye, sir.
Sullins.
Aye.
And Chairman T.C. Collins, aye. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us. 317 RFP Professional Services Agreement for Professional Planning and Zoning Services, Department of Finance Procurement, Ms. Kim Cook.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm here before you this evening in reference to the award of a contract for on-call professional planning and zoning services as presented at the Board of Supervisors meeting on March 5th. Recommended action by staff is to authorize the county to execute a professional services agreement with 3TP Ventures, A. Morton Thomas and Associates, and Summit Design and Engineering Services, professional planning and zoning services, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, there's a question, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, just catching up here a little bit. If I remember correctly, this is a direct result of the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission is understaffed right now. Is that correct? I'll wait for him.
Identify yourself, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Richard Stewart. I'm the Interim Director of Community Development. Supervisor Davis, to answer your question, this is to fill two needs. One is kind of the worst case scenario, which is what happened earlier this summer, is kind of a mass exodus of the department. As you are aware, we have certain statutory deadlines when somebody submits an application to our department. If we don't get to it in time, it becomes a de facto approval, and then that permanent improvement can stand the test of time. The other one is to facilitate some of these larger requests that the department cannot actually handle. I mean, currently right now it's myself and we have a planner now. At full staff, it is 3. Kind of an example of this would be like the old Amazon power plant. So typically what happens on those, because those developers understand that there's such a large burden there, they would negotiate with the county administrator and the county attorney to enter into a cost reimbursement agreement. So what happens is if we have these on-call services, we can allocate that service to them. They can offer kind of an expedited review to get their application through, and in return, they will pay for all of those services provided.
So it's kind of as needed, right?
Yes, sir.
And another question, it's kind of on topic, but not, how is it going with filling your staff?
So we're fortunate to have a planner now. Lucy Tuthill actually started Monday. So we've had it for 2 days. We have another advertisement out for a zoning administrator position. I believe that's been out for almost a month now. Not too many applicants for that one.
Okay. I just asked because that's, just to piggyback off what we were talking about earlier about transparency. First week in January, I came in and the first thing I said was hire this man, people. And you had ready applicants at the time, the people that were qualified, and no one was hired by the county. Visited February, nobody's hired by the county. The man's working 6 days a week, doing 3 people's jobs. And as a request from the board, I couldn't get staff to hire people who were qualified, who had turned in their resumes. They just kept pushing out those interviews like they didn't have time until March. Am I correct? These are the types of roadblocks that we are dealing with. And everyone's looking around about people leaving. I can't just reiterate, I'm just not sad about some of it, to be honest with you, Mr. Stewart. And I want to make sure, I want to talk to you routinely to make sure that those things are happening for you. And if you're not getting the support you need to fill those things, please let us know. Okay, if we got to put you on the agenda, just talk to us individually. I just want to make sure you're getting taken care of. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
So Mr. Stewart, so people are counting people. So the people that left was before January. The Ms. Hall, those people left before January.
In regard to the zoning department, all of the vacancies were prior to January.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that's for the record. Thank you.
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead.
Or you got another question?
Just question, Mr. Stroud?
It's not really a question, but I wanted to make a point that the last time this came up, that I had a question regarding who's had their hand on the faucet and how it was being, the funds were being distributed. And since then, I have that answer, but while Mr. Stewart's here, he can articulate that just so everybody understands. Sir, if you don't mind, could you explain how it works with awarding the funding and how that approval process goes in the county, just so people understand?
Yes, sir. So if these three firms were on call, it would be at my discretion if we would need them. I would then work with the county administrator. Typically, they would submit a scope agreement, and then we would negotiate back and forth with them. Typically, we have a solid figure that they could not exceed that amount. Now, that would be in the instance that it is not reimbursed by the applicant.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, I'll make a motion to authorize the county to execute contracts with 3TP Ventures, A. Morton Thomas and Associates, and Summit Design and Engineering Services, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? None being heard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call.
Oh, roll.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call you cowboy. VFW 318, VFW Family Day TAC Application Director, Department of Economic Development, Mr. Minor, Marketing for Family Day sponsored forms.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board. I'm here this evening to present on the King George Parks and Recreation Family Day VFW Post 12202 birthday party. The Department of Parks and Recreation is requesting $13,500 for a joint community event between King George Parks and Recreation, King George Department of Social Services, and King George VFW Post 12202. This will be the second joint event between these parties. Last year, the estimated attendance was 2,000 visitors. This will be using Eventbrite to assist with tracking attendance. The event is free to the public. The 6-hour event provides fun for the entire family, including kids, activities, bounce houses, music, food trucks, beer and wine, craft vendors, and informational vendors. Over 60 vendors were involved in 2023. Social Services and King George VFW Post 12202 are soliciting sponsor support. They will provide information on services available to veterans and the public in general through the county and other organizations. The recommendation from the TAC was to approve $9,500. Staff recommends $6,750 for this community event from the TAC fund balance.
Thank you. Go ahead with the next one. We'll get to that.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to just read all the way through them and then there just be a motion? Okay, I'm tracking. King George Christmas light decorations. Parks and Recreation is requesting $12,000 for additional Christmas pole lights. General Properties and the Parks and Recreation staff hang pole decorations along the courthouse corridor between Thanksgiving and New Year's. New decorations were purchased in 2022 to replace ones that were aging and in despair. In 2023, Jimmy Pennington from the General Properties Department was able to work with the contact from Dominion Energy to repair some poles where power supplies were broken. The same contact was offered to work with the county on connecting power to more poles through the courthouse area. Staff hopes to add 16 to 18 pole decorations. Funds will be used for pole decorations and necessary electrical equipment for new poles. After review, the TAC recommends the BOS approve $12,000 funding for additional pole decorations. Staff recommends 6, and this to be taken out of the TAC fund balance.
Okay.
Next application is for it's for King George Rhythm and Pints Festival to be held at Sealston Sports Complex. Grab It Productions is proposing the first annual Rhythm and Pints Festival for King George to be held in August 2024. It is a family-friendly event with music, interactive workshops, craft beer and wine tastings, art and culture corner for artisans to display and sell their crafts and give live demonstrations. Local chefs, food trucks, and cafes and restaurants will be asked to participate, and other activities as well. Rhythm and Pints is requesting $14,500. Targeted attendees are local families and those within a 30-mile radius who have an interest in music, child-friendly activities, and beer and wine enthusiasts. The event is open to the public and free. They're looking to partner with local nonprofits to benefit from proceeds. TAC recommends $14,300. This to be taken out of the annual TAC budget. Staff recommends $7,250 to be taken out of the annual TAC budget.
Okay, just stop right there for a moment.
Yes, sir.
All right, 318, is there any motions? Is there any questions on that, Ms.?
Yes, I do have a question. So the VFW birthday, I've had quite a few questions on several of these by the citizens. So first question is the activities that go on here. I've heard some of the positive things like the information that's shared with a lot of residents at these activities. So for this money, what does the citizen get for coming to this activity?
Ma'am,
for the VFW birthday?
What do they get for it?
Right, like there's information provided. Like Mr. Clark, can you?
Sure.
So the VFW on their side are working on vendors and service groups that work with veterans. So those are there. DSS works on the service groups, RACSB, those folks, those nonprofits that work on the social side. The request we have tonight is it's for the stage, a musical act, and sound and light, sound for it, and then the porta potties. Everything else is paid for within the event.
And that's why I asked, because a lot of people do come to the event to seek information, and it's a place where all these people, all these vendors and different services are in one place, so citizens have a one-stop shop to receive information, and there's free activities for the children, correct?
Absolutely.
I just wanted that out in the public. And then my second question is for Mr. Minor. I have a lot of new board members. Could you explain the TAC funds and the balances and how it's used?
Yes, so for county events or sponsored county events, we typically take them from the fund balance. The fund balance is currently at about $730,000. It increases, I believe, quarterly or semi-annually. So we get an allocation essentially from the state based off a hotel occupancy tax. So when I say the TAC fund balance, right now, the way the county operates is that the TAC money is separate from the general fund. So these tax dollars aren't from real estate and personal property. It's from hotel occupancy tax, like a standalone account. The county can absorb that money if they like, but currently we operate it with a TAC board, and that TAC board is responsible for how that money is spent, and ultimately the Board of Supervisors is responsible. So currently we have a budgeted amount of about $64,000 in TAC funds. We've only drawn down on that once this year, this fiscal year, at about $3,500 or so. I think maybe $4,000 for the Sheets to Sheets event. So we currently have $60,000 in our TAC budget for grant applications. The remaining part of that budget pays for a part-time employee and also pays for marketing the county in general. So,
okay, is there a motion for 3-18?
Hold on. Where is the motion? I'll just, usually there's a motion here, but I'll make the motion to approve the amount of $6,750 for this community event from the TAC fund balance. And this is for the Family Day VFW Post 12202 birthday party.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none?
Well, yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see none.
Sorry. Can you, I appreciate the explanation of the tax fund and how that's separate. Can you explain to me the difference between the recommended action from the TAC committee versus the staff recommendation? Yeah.
So I always take a conservative approach to when I spend the TAC fund. If I add up everything that we've allocating for currently right now, I'm spending well over half of that. So for this is the fund balance. So the board can make a recommended action either higher than what I've recommended or exactly on what the applicants requested or exactly what the TAC has requested. Typically in the past, the board has followed the TAC recommendation. Most of the time I'm with the TAC recommendation. It just depends on the activity.
Thank you.
So the board can operate any way it likes when it comes to spending these funds.
Okay,
So,
more discussion?
yes, sir. So the total requested amount is 13,500.
That's correct. That's what we had in the application, I believe.
So the TAC is recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve 9,500 funding for this community event from the TAC fund balance.
Exactly. So what I have here in the application is 12,000. They have budgeted, what they submitted as far as the grant request is 9,250, which is, I think is what the TAC approved.
And then the staff recommends 6,750 for this community event from the TAC fund balance.
Correct, sir.
So it's the total amount is coming from the TAC fund balance?
The fund balance, and that's how the motion should be made if that's how you'd like for it to be funded. So if you want it to come from the larger pot of money, you make that motion to come from the fund balance. If you'd like it for it to come from the annual budget, then you would make that motion from the annual budget.
That's helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's clarify the motion, Ms. Bender.
So I had made a motion, and part of the reason I made this motion this way is to make sure we have enough money to fund everything for the year that has been brought to us and could be brought to us before the end of the year. So I will make the motion to approve the staff recommendation of $6,750 for the Family Day VFW Post 12202 birthday party.
Alrighty, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any more discussion? By roll call, Mr. Davis?
I have discussion, sir. I'd like to amend the motion.
All right.
I would like to amend the motion so that the funds, the total funds come from the TAC. All the 13,500.
So to pay for the whole event?
Yes, that all of it comes from the TAC.
So the motion on the table is to pay for $6,700 and some odd dollars, not the whole thing.
So no.
Is that correct, Mr. Minor?
So it sounds like yes. So mine is just under 3,000 what they put in their requested budget. I think the request that's coming from the applicant is to pay for the entire event. I think they insisted on, or they at least tried to make up that difference through sponsorships, but also making a request to fund the whole thing. Maybe that's something Mr. Clark can clear up if he'd like, but.
So
I'm misunderstanding, sir.
So the motion on the table is $6,700 and some odd dollars. And is there any amendments?
Then I retract that. I was reading off the summary here that had the total amount. So.
All right, properly second, we'll do roll call. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 319, is there a motion?
Pull it up again, so give me a second.
All right. I do have one question though before we make a motion. Mr. Clark.
Can we get a motion and then get into discussion?
Well, I have to ask the question to make sure the motion is correct. Because there's a big dollar amount here different.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Clark, I know this is one of the things I have heard from some constituents. They'd love for the lights to go all the way down the road because it does bring joy to a lot of people on Christmas to see those lights. So there's two numbers here. So that's the $12,000. That would be for how many lights?
It depends. They range from about $450 to $750 based on design. We will go with the same company so that they do match. Mosca Design out of North Carolina. They create a very strong product that lasts for years and years. I had a lot of experience with them in Ocean City where they had standing light displays in the park. So they were subjected to saltwater air every year and they went at least a decade before they were refurbished. So the 12,000 was our request and I believe Mr. Minor's recommendation was less.
Okay. So, and then the 6,000, that obviously wouldn't get as many, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we would love to go from where, pretty much be from where Route 3 narrows to 2 lanes. to the west, and then as far as we can go through the downtown area, possibly as far as Tinsel Mill Lane.
And how much does one of those lights cost?
It varies based on the design. So some of them are about $450, others are upwards $750 to $800. It's each design's different based on the number of lights, the amount of wire, and so I would like to mix in additional designs, not just the 4 that we already have. The 4 designs we have now, we have 7 of each. So just to add in additional designs.
And I want to clarify too, so the public understands, the lights we used to have were in bad shape and they weren't really repairable, correct?
Yes, I don't know when we acquired them, but General Properties had done pretty much everything they could to rewire, tape together and everything else, and they were just falling apart. And then Mr. Pennington was able to get the broken ones rehooked up this year with his contact through Dominion, and then the addition of more lights will be outstanding.
All right, thank you. Because why I'm asking this question, we have a lot of applications and the fiscal year is not done. So we got to make sure we have enough money for applications. Thank you.
Is there any motion on this?
I do. I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve $12,000 funding for additional pole decoration from the TAC fund balance.
Second.
What's the total amount?
12,000.
So you want the whole 12, not the 6?
12,000.
12,000.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would just like to, looking at everything, I just want to make sure that we have enough to the end of the fiscal year, because I'm sure there'll be more applications.
Okay, if I understand things correct, the balance is $730,000.
Yeah, the fund balance is massive. I mean,
Right, and the budget for the year is $60K. So clearly you hadn't been spending it all, or the budget wouldn't be $730K. And for things that help not just beautify the county, but make it more attractive during the holiday season, support that, ma'am.
Okay, is there any other more discussion? So by roll call, Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Spender?
Aye.
I vote aye. Thank you, sir.
Now all we need is a big Christmas tree.
So speaking of which, and I don't mean to go on a sidebar, but Green Chip, who's moving into the industrial park, will sponsor your tree this year. All you have to do is reach out to them. So I'll leave you with that. I know next week is my last day, but reach out to Green Chip for your tree next year.
Thank you.
All right.
So 320 has been redacted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 321, is there a motion?
Pull it up, TC. Hold on. Yeah, my quick question, where's this going to be held at?
This will be held the Rhythm and Pints will be held at Sealston.
All right. All of our events are going to Sealston.
Yes, sir.
We really got to figure out a way. I mean, people are going to come in from Fredericksburg. They're going to go there. They're not going to come and spend any money in King George. They're going to roll back, turn around, and go back to Fredericksburg. We really got to figure out a way to get our events more into the heart of this county.
Agreed.
To draw people in. It's just we're missing out on so much.
Okay. Is there a motion on this one?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Clark, or Mr. Minor, you probably can't. Mr. Clark is better. Whichever one can answer this is this a free event?
So they have, when they spoke to the TAC, they want to make it free. However, that's going to be strongly dependent upon sponsorship, is my understanding. So that is what they communicated to the TAC board. That is what they communicated to me. It will definitely depend upon, I think, the funding level of the county on whether or not it'll be a free event or not. So.
Thank you.
I have a question. What does it mean when it says it's for profit?
So when I say for profit, we have a trail coordinator in this community that does the sheets to sheets. That's a for-profit business. I just want it to be known when we approve an application that the county knows that it's a for-profit business running an event, and there's a nonprofit running for an event, and then it's a governmental that's running the event. So it's just informational purposes, just so we have it on record.
I guess I was trying to understand why if it's a for-profit, they're asking for funding from us.
Correct. To market the county for the event. Correct. So that is, so the tourism fund itself should be spent on tourism marketing and or initiatives that promote the county for tourism or for increased visitorship. So in the past, what we've done is have a really strict requirement that that money be used for marketing the county and putting on events. You can use it to put on events. However, there are certain things that the previous board would not pay for. This is a new board. You will decide on how you want to spend this money. But in the past, it's been very strict on marketing. So videos, radio ads, magazine advertisement, you know, making sure that there's a Visit King George logo or Visit King George represented, and making sure that the county is put in the best light. So that's how we've done it in the past.
Okay. Any more questions? Is there any motions on that one?
I have one more question, sir. I'm not sure you're the right person to answer it, but so these businesses come in and they're there for the day, and the events that I've been to out there have all been good events, but I'm curious how the revenues from those businesses are reported for that day and how that's
right. So what we look at is attendance. So there's a metric that we use from the Virginia Tourism Corporation. So it's an average amount spent by a day tripper. There's an average amount spent by an overnighter. A day tripper spends roughly anywhere between $230 to $245. So that's why we need to know the attendance. We need to know how many, you know, what the demographic that you're targeting. So we try to make them include all that in their application. And then on our after action report, they can put together a presentation that is solid, where we kind of at least can measure the impact of that event. Now, the metric side of it is something that I just put together that can be reported to this board on the after action report. So hopefully, you know, I know I'm leaving, but hopefully that after action report will have those metrics. How many day trippers there were, how many people attended, what do you think their estimated amount was spending in the community? So those are the things we're trying to capture.
So do the businesses that are there, they're paying taxes on the goods that are sold that day?
Right, they should have a business license, that's correct, operating in the county, that's correct.
How do we know that, it's up to the business to report it, right?
But, yeah, so the events that I operate, like the Independence Festival, I provide the list of vendors to the Commissioner of the Revenue so that they know who was at the event, and hopefully then we'll be able to reach out if they don't receive the receipts they should have. It's a challenge because some of those vendors do pay their taxes back to the county that they're based in, which is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be paid to the county that they do the work in, if I am correct, Ms. Puckett. She's nodding yes, that makes me feel better. So yeah, we try to exchange that so that her staff can look into it if somebody does not.
So we're probably not going to solve this tonight, but that's something that in the future we can look into and definitely try to facilitate King George businesses there. So you know that the revenue's staying in King George and we keep the business in King George.
Yes, I mean, that's the way we started the Independence Festival. The first year I only invited King George based or frequent King George Farmers Market vendors for our food vendors.
All right, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Anyone?
Yeah, I got another question. just only because, so they pay the taxes where they come from, but that's not where the taxes are owed, correct? So what are we doing do we bill them anyway? Like, I don't care where they paid their taxes at, they owe the taxes here. So I'm just saying, what are we doing to recoup those funds? Or we just go, okay, well, they paid their taxes somewhere.
That's a Regina question.
And it's important to me because, I mean, it's a for-profit group, and I know it's something that we like in King George, but I'm giving them money to do something, and then their vendors aren't even held accountable for where they're paying their taxes at, so it's just kind of odd.
So they may not need a business license because they'll pay it to their locality, but they will have to pay the meals tax for if they're selling the food. So they will be paying our locality. And Deanna is very good about reaching out to everybody that she will get the list from Mr. Clark.
Have we thought about collecting receipts from our attendees and maybe rewarding them for handing in the receipts? And then that really benefits your office because you got a bunch of receipts and you can look at it and you say, hey, you can't have receipts right here from people that are purchasing this day from you.
That's exactly right. I would love to have receipts.
Yeah. So maybe we can look at a way to do that. Thank you, ma'am.
Up to you on this.
I'd like to move that we approve the funds. I don't have them.
Here, I'll make the motion, Mr. Stroud, if you want. I'll recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve $7,250 from the annual TAC budget for the King George Rhythm and Pints Festival.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Roll call. Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. 322. So is there anything different that we've heard?
No, sir. I was going to ask if you wanted me to read it over again. Nothing different.
Okay. So it's come before us for action. Something different?
Yes, sir. I brought, last week at the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting, we did not have a quorum. I only had 2 members present, but both of them expressed concerns with the project, with being only a 1 ramp. And then this afternoon, I was at Friends of the Rappahannock, and our former river steward, Mr. Hungsiger, who's now their advocacy person, expressed concerns with it as well.
Thank you. So I hadn't been down there in a while, and I went down there on Sunday, and I think it'd be a waste of money. That's my opinion. Anybody else have an opinion before we either table it or approve it, or none of the above?
Sir, myself and Mr. Davis went down there, and I am not for it. So.
Ms. Bender, you have any comments?
I do have a couple comments, and I know Mr. Baird has worked very hard on this and put a lot of effort in. He's very passionate about the historical part of it, but I do have quite a few concerns, especially with the amount of traffic that's going to go down that road. And also, it was brought to my attention that there was an original agreement from the family that donated the land, the Voorhees family, that's, if I remember correctly, also used to own the Westmoreland Berry Farm, because it was all part of the same property. And so I have some concerns about that original donation and whether we would be in violation of anything if we approved this, because I think it was very strict, the covenants on that donation. Thank you.
Sullins, do you have any comments on this?
I actually have a question for my fellow board members. Why do you think it's a waste of money?
If you're asking me, the answer is I don't see how it benefits tourism in the least. We're going to spend money on a study for history that we already know exists. And go down to that, there's plenty of parking, in my view, from what I saw. And I don't see where there's any tourism dollar or how it will promote King George in the least. Matter of fact, if you don't see the sign, you have to get lost to get there. That's me.
Yeah, my concerns with it, thank you, Mr. Chair, are around keeping the air, being as King George rural as it possibly can be. I'm also concerned with the fact that we're going to be basically building a parking lot, if I understand correctly, on the state's property for hunting for the state, right?
So, Mr. Davis, we won't own the parking lot. It will be owned by the federal government. So
but we would be building. Will we be building?
No,
it?
we wouldn't be building it. They will be building it. We're helping them fund just the study portion of it. Because if the federal government does it, they're going to pay an arm and 2 legs to have it done, where we can do it much quicker for cheaper. And if it's a joint initiative where they're for it and we're for it, then we're just sort of sharing the cost. So that's the thinking behind it. And then there would need to be a MOU, which this funding would take care of to be a shared parking space with the county.
Thank you. I honestly, I think that just from being down there when me and Mr. Trout were down there, that the money would be better used repairing the dock that's down there because it's not in good shape. If you've been down there and looked at it, there's holes going through the top of the post, and it's very short. I think it probably needs to be just a little bit longer. That way, at least you can have, if someone's putting in multiple kayaks, they can put in 2 kayaks at the same time or something like that. But I'm just for, I think this is probably a no-go for me, and I think probably for most people.
Okay. Do you have further, Ms. Bender?
Yes, I would like to even add, I know Calon has looked into this. I don't know if they've done this before. You mentioned kayaks, Mr. Davis, is maybe it would be better spent putting a place that people could put their kayaks there and lock them up so they would maybe not have to bring their vehicles there every time that they use it. They could have them there and then launch them into the water, and maybe they pay a fee to house their kayaks there. And then you wouldn't need all that traffic.
Thank you.
So with that argument, Ms. Bender, I don't want to get into the business of protecting other people's property. So, I think that the landing is just fine the way it is. I understand that it's in disrepair in some form, but I don't see, this is a TAC application for tourism. That's where my argument comes in. I don't see any value for tourism. So is there any motions?
Motion to decline.
Well, go ahead.
Never done that.
Just do it.
Yeah, I just make a motion to decline the Wilmot Landing proposal and projection for the parking lot.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Does anyone?
Do you want to take a short break? This one's going to be.
I probably could, yeah.
Okay. Just, we're going to try to do a 2-minute break again. Just 2 minutes.
Please.
Please. Thank you. Thank you. John, takes me All righty, we're back in session. Thank you, everyone, for hanging around. Next item is discussion item 323. Ms. Dillard? Is there anything different than what you told us at the last meeting?
No, but Mr. Chair and members of the board, we would like for you all to table this project for us and give us an opportunity to sit down as a committee and as me as a procurement along with board member Stroud, because I know he's had plenty of meetings with Chief Moody, and we come back at a later date. I know your concerns. I know you all would like to see a fire station in King George County, but the price tag is a little steep. So we want to work and see what we can do as a team to bring forth a better proposal for you guys.
Thank you. I almost had a heart attack.
Well, I'm glad you did, sir.
I'd gladly work with y'all. And so I was surfing through the EVA too, and there's other ones. I mean, there's other buildings out there. So absolutely, let's work together. Thank you so much for doing that.
So let's make sure that this thing stays on the hot track so we can move forward. So what is the next plan?
It's to schedule a meeting. I'm gonna have ask Chief Moody and Mr. Young to come up with it. With me.
That's okay. We don't need them up there. But so who is going to schedule a meeting?
I'm going to reach out to them to see what their schedule are, and then I'm going to
Those two and him?
I'm going to reach out to
Okay.
board member Stroud.
All righty.
And we're going to coordinate, and we're going to set a meeting, and we're going to make it happen.
Oh, then you bring it in front of the board.
Yes, sir. I'm all about making things happen.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can. Yes, sir, you can.
I just want to say, thank you, guys. Mr. Moody, thank you, sir. I really appreciate your understanding the concerns. I know this is very, very, very important, but I just want to say thank you.
All right, is there a motion?
Actually, I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
For the sake of the motion, do you have a date in mind when you want to bring it back before the board so that we can make sure we keep it on track?
I'm going to be working on that before the end of the week, so an email will come to board member Stroud and our team. See what works best for them. Hopefully, it won't be the first meeting in April, but probably the second. So.
Just send me an email when you think you might have it. You want it on the agenda.
I sure will.
I will put it on the agenda as soon as we move forward. All right, we still have to have a motion.
Do we have to have a motion? Because just tabling it.
Yeah, well, we do. I would like to have a motion.
Well, not speaking to the motion, but one thing that we can address whenever we meet is the schedule. And the one thing that's missing right now, there's been a lot of effort that's been put into this, but what's missing is a floor plan. Okay, so Chief Moody found a lot of documents, the square foot and stuff like that, which is very helpful, but the floor plan. And you know, we don't have to have that 100%, but, and I think working together, we can get a real good idea of that because they've been in enough firehouses and how that comes together, and between the team there, they know where things need to be. But once we get that floor plan, then we can reach out to some companies to start working on a proposal on what the cost would be. And that's going to be the huge piece because they do design build. And the companies they'll do the plants engineering to the county specs all the way down to electrical outlets. And then once we have those with the county, then we can move forward. And once that's put into place, that's going to be probably a 3 to 4 month minimum before we see anything arrive. But once it arrives, the building itself is going to take about 3 weeks to erect.
Let's not get too far ahead of this.
Yeah, if we're talking about moving forward with a whole new proposal and everything, that's going to mean putting it back out. But we'll discuss all that in our meeting, and then we'll take the best action that we feel we need to go forward in order to get it back on the agenda.
So back to, so there is a discussion item. Mosley Architect, construction administrative phase, construction exhibit A and B. So if we're going to put this back to this committee of 3, I would like to have a motion to table this. Because it'll be all new motions and all new stuff, discussion next.
I make a motion that we table the professional services agreement for the new firehouse station.
Is there a second?
Second.
Probably second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Vazavi, King George County Health Insurance premium rates. I guess it's not good news, is it?
Well, it's never good news when you're talking about medical expenses and so forth. But what you have is the proposal from the local choice, which is the Commonwealth of Virginia's Department of Human Resource Management that handles this. And most jurisdictions, at least over here in the Northern Neck, our regional jail, participate in this program. This is a pooled program that counties go together. So generally, I know of one jurisdiction where they thought they could do better, and they went out on their own, and the employees were very dissatisfied. This is probably one of the most important benefits that you provide to your employees. And I've reviewed it. I've talked to some of the other localities and so forth in the region with the medical trend or in medical inflation generally runs higher than normal inflation that you see reported on the nightly news. And the medical administration increase is a percentage. And I believe it's reasonable because basically insurance isn't that complicated. I've ran an insurance trust in the 80s for local governments when the localities were getting hit up with huge premium increases. And it's a matter of you buy individual and aggregate stop loss insurance to protect the insurer. And so basically the people who are using the service end up having to pay for those claims.
Okay.
And so my recommendation would be that the board approve this. We need to notify them before the end of the month, before April 1st, that we're re-signing on to the agreement.
Okay, so this one needs to come up now. Okay, let's see what the other members had to say about this. Anybody got any comments on the health insurance premium rates as posted in the agenda?
So are the premium rates going up?
Yes, 11%.
All right.
Spend
Got Bride Health Care. Unfortunately, all costs are going up.
Well, the county offers 2 plans, the expanded and then the 500, which basically the difference is if you feel you're going to use it, you get expanded because there's lower co-payments. And for the 500 plan, basically you pay, if you don't plan to use it as much, you pay a higher co-payment if you do use it. So that's the 2 options that are offered to the employees.
So what's the exposure to the county on the 11% as far as dollars?
That's the contract that you'll be signing for the total income requirement of the 4.1 million on there to cover the cost of providing this coverage. Then further back, there's the percentage of what the county pays and what the employee pays, if you see on the next page.
Okay. Any questions?
Sir, these are only coverages that the state allows, or do we have the ability to?
There's a couple more options that they choose. I don't know how it was decided here in the past, if it was offered to the employees to choose which plans, but I think you're eligible to only select 2 plans. And these are generally the 2 plans that most localities choose. There are some other plans, but most people don't select those because they have much higher deductibles and so forth.
Well, I haven't had much time to get into this, but I know health coverage is important, and the county provides a very large percentage of the employees' health care compared to some industry, but we're going through the same thing in my company right now. And one of our insurances that is strictly in Virginia had a very large increase, like 4 times this increase. But 2 of the other coverages, I think Key Care, a couple of them, they had a much smaller increase. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was single digit. So,
well, I know in Westmoreland, some years we had no increase, and a couple of years we even had a decrease in the premium. But it all depends on usage.
That's right.
And I mean, it's just like anything else. If you use more of it, you're going to pay more.
Has there been any negotiation with them?
No, they established this through the state for each locality.
Oh, the state sets it?
Yes. It's really based on your usage.
Okay.
The worst thing that an insurance company faces is not some massive cancer patient, because they can predict all that with their actuarial table. The worst thing is if you have a lot of employees that nickel and dime a plan. That's what ends up costing you far more money in the long run.
Yeah, we have the same challenges.
So our next meeting is on the 2nd. And this is due by the 1st. So if you have and we're not going to have a meeting between then.
I would move that we pass it. I don't have the exact.
Mr. Wasabi, what's the exact number for the motion?
Well, it would be 11% increase to cover the total income requirement of $4,118,770.
And then where would we get the funds for that, since that amount wasn't budgeted?
It'll be included in next year's budget.
Next year's budget,
This will
okay.
be starting on July 1st.
Thank you for clarifying
This policy is starting.
It's one of those things that unless you can negotiate it, the only thing you can do is decrease the amount that the county pays, or if you can't negotiate it, then you're stuck with it. So we're pretty well stuck with it.
I'll try to attempt to make the motion. Mr. Wasabi, correct me if I make it wrong. So I will make a motion to approve payment of the 11% increase for the insurance for our county employees.
And approving the agreement.
And approve the agreement. As
second.
presented.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Roll call. Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All righty. So, Mr. Wasabi, was this 325? We're going to table that?
Well, what my suggestion would be is if you could wait on this until we have the full budget together, because maybe it'll transfer some of the requests that are in the budget to this. And what we're mainly waiting on right now is the primary information from the Department of Education on the final budget for the schools, so we know what the transfer is going to be, the state compensation board, and then also the state tax department to see if there's any adjustment in the projected sales tax. Once we get all that, we'll be able to assemble the budget together and have a work session to go over it with you. I usually put together a presentation, and then we sit down and go department by department.
All right. So your recommendation is to table it for now.
This discussion regarding 0325.
Yes, sir.
Arthur. So the
recommendation, I believe, is to table it for now.
Yes,
But I would like to offer, sir, that whenever you guys are reviewing that, you may have heard me mention earlier about the demolition of the middle school.
Yes.
If you guys could look at that, because that's, to me, a higher priority than a lot of the things that are in there, because it's something that's got to happen. It's irresponsible for us to continue to kick the can as other people have. We need to act on that. So if you guys could take a look at it, it'd be appreciated.
I don't disagree that some of those things in there are niceties rather than.
Sir, the line item on the preparation of the contract for documents to demo, I don't necessarily agree with that either. Those are conversations that we can have, but I would just say that instead of working to prepare documents to contract, this preparation of contract documents, we're paying $60,000 according to this. They're asking $60,000 to prepare contract documents. I would say we just put a solicitation out that places the burden on the contractor to demolish it in accordance with federal and state laws, and put the burden on them to do it, is what I would.
I've prepared many documents for demolition of buildings, so that's not anything.
Thanks, sir. I move that we table it, sir.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye. All right, accounts payable position, Mr. Zavi.
Yes, I've met with the superintendent, and we've had a long discussion concerning the accounts payable position that's in the county's finance department. And I believe it does accounts payable and purchasing, I believe. Is that correct? No purchasing, just accounts payable. And he has expressed some issues with that, and he would like to request that position be moved back to his operation, which I can certainly understand if I was trying to carry out the functions and he has one of the largest budgets, that it's just very difficult not to have that position within your operation to work. And it's my understanding you recently moved the payroll position back there. And I believe this was done somewhere in the early 2000s because of some issues at that time with the school system. But I believe most of those issues, to my knowledge, have been corrected. And I think it would just be logical to move that position back to the school system. And one advantage you have at that, when it's in the school budget, you get the state to finance a portion of the position.
Okay.
Sir,
any comments on this? Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we move the accounts payable position from the county finance to the King George County Schools effective July 1, 2024, sir.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, sir. Is there any negative to this?
I've never worked somewhere where the school system did not have their own personnel. I don't see that as being a detriment. I've sort of had 2 or 3 people describe to me why it was done many years ago. And to my knowledge, those conditions no longer exist. So I assume it was all moved here centrally to correct some deficiencies. But in speaking with Dr. Boyd, I think he understands the process and so forth. And I think it would just make their operation much smoother. And plus he can get monies from the state for those coverages of those people, whereas we don't receive anything for that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. All righty, thank you. I think the next item is the motion for closed session. Okay, we're gonna cross this part, huh?
I will move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene to close session in accordance with Code of Virginia 2.23711.1 for the discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. I invite the senior assistant to the Board of Supervisors as needed because he is deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're now in closed session.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting.
There's a second?
Second.
And certification, Mr. Sullins,
Aye. So certify.
Mr.
So certified.
Mr. Davis.
So certify.
I certify.
Well, I'll make a motion to adjourn this Board of Supervisors meeting to Tuesday, April 2nd at 5:30 PM in the Robert H. Combs Boardroom.
Second.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everybody, we're now adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.
This thing is Wednesday.